areas of employment, how can policies be able to be put in place so that we can be able to retain the human capital within the workplace or even in the universities. So he said that we could be able to elevate, there is a need to elevate the work of the faculties or the faculty, especially through journalism and marketing. We had the panelist, who was Dr. Jacqueline Onyango, who was from KICD. She spoke on the area, she highlighted the role of KICD, what it does, and what the learners are go through, or what KICD is doing to for the learners who are in secondary schools or in high schools. What KICD is doing, their role, the main role of KICD, and what is working or what works, the life skills that we need to have for the learners or the children to be able to understand themselves, the life skills that we need to put in place for the children to be able to understand themselves and others that are around them. He also saw how she also highlighted on the work of the ministry in the area of the learners and their parents. Dr. Lubna Masrui also, who is Director, Disability Services at Kenyatta University, she emphasized, or her key highlights on the disability, or the area that she spoke to us on how to facilitate the empowerment of girls and women with disabilities. The issue of mindsets came up, where we need to start talking about how to alter our mindsets. There's also the presumption of incapacity and incompetence in relation to PWDs, and evidence which she brought up, and also the disparities that are happening and statistics that are happening in the employment. One of it, she talked about sexual harassment and the exploitation and the barriers that the disabilities or the female disabilities normally experience. And one of the recommendations that she brought up was to create awareness. We have awareness programs that could alter these mindsets about women with disabilities. When we came to Engineer Fred Nyambane Owanda, who is the Director, Accreditation and Outreach Services, TVET Authority, he was speaking on the efforts that government has made to empower women in TVET. And he talked about the curriculum development for the industry. And here he talked about women in technology, or women in technical education, and how they are encouraging the women to join TVETs and when they join TVETs and the courses that they take, to stick on the STEM courses. He also, there was a comment that how can women in technical education be the courses, how can they be encouraged to stick to the STEM or to be able to take the STEM courses instead of just taking business or the humanities courses. And he said that there is a mechanism which they are putting in place, or which the government has put in place in TVETs, which can be able to help the women who, or the ladies or the girls who are joining the TVET to be able to take the STEM courses. He emphasized on technology, which was, then we came to Mercy Kamau. And Mercy Kamau was speaking on technology facilitated abuse and compromised privacy among youth aged between 15 to 18 years in Kenya. And here we saw the highlights there were Technology has significantly increased connectivity globally, particularly among the youth, and that one can be attested up to now. And the findings there in the study that they had done were like technology abuse was more prevalent in young men than women. And the technology abuse also, the abuse behavior specified where locations, looking through the phone, through the use of the phone, that is where the abuse is taking place. And the conclusion here was that technology abuse and mistreatment was normative, reported over the young and women. But the recommendations that she came up with were like, we examined patterns and persistence to understand the level of severity in effort that affect women economic empowerment. Then we had Professor Rotho presented on leveraging social media technology innovation to spur business productivity among women-led small and medium enterprises in Kenya. The highlight here was the impact of training and lifelong learning on women's capacity to become economically empowered. The key findings here were women were involved in various enterprises, and the types of social media we use is like Facebook, WhatsApp, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and Twitter. And that is what also we are using even now. In his conclusion, he said social media has increased women's networking through chamas and contributed to business productivity. We had Hilda Kinyua, who presented on navigating the dichotomy of social media for women's economic empowerment, a multiple case study. The highlights here were that digital space has enabled women to overcome long-standing barriers that such as limited mobility, lack of financial resources, and socio-cultural restrictions. This has led to the opportunity for greater economic participation and growth for women. The findings here were that they found there were opportunities in networking and professional mentorship. They also serve as a platform for advocacy in raising awareness for gender equality and women rights issues. But there was a challenge on cyberbullying, and that one, they said that mainstreaming, which can lead to mistrust between the business and the potential clients, has also infiltrated the cyberbullying for women. So lack of internet connectivity, again, was a barrier with the high cost of internet services and limited digital literacy. The recommendation was that we need to establish support networks to help victims of cyberbullying and offering legal aid for victims. Abigail Mwenda Malelu did a presentation on leveraging modern technology, empowering women through reduction of unpaid labor in Nairobi. And the key highlights were that women bear the disproportionate burden of unpaid labor and care work. The work that women do at home is unpaid and invisible. And the findings here were like the type of unpaid work, childcare or elderly care on cleaning, cooking, church, and welfare groups and shopping were some of the types of childcare or unpaid work. The recommendations here were that career advancement, networking, sharing, collaboration, wide professional widen professional and social horizons. Kenyan government and policy makers should endeavor to recognize and reduce, redistribute, and represent and reward unpaid labor. The last person who did the presentation here was Okada Fiona, who did the presentation on tracking national budgets, and what does the future hold for women economic empowerment initiatives. In Kenya, the highlights were legal and policy framework, gender responsive budgeting, importance of linking gender responsive budgeting to WE, and the findings were like budget allocation overview, where she emphasized on combined budget for 11 state departments and ministries that constitute 40% and 42% of the entire national executive budget. And the highlights are there. We have departmental changes, challenges of analysis, and we also had the WE budget allocation, concerns raised, and then the WE strategy 2020 to 2025. She also emphasized the importance of transparency and detailed reporting, policy implementation versus theoretical assumptions. Their recommendations here were prioritizing domestic resource mobilization, economic or to enhance budget transparency, and then improve gender data collection. I think those were the highlights for yesterday's presentations that we captured. And right now, I will want us to move to the second session, where I will call upon the chair of the session, Dr. Omoma, to take over. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for taking us through that session. I think okay, thank you so much. We now move to the next session, and I want to welcome our guests. Okay, welcome to the second session, and this morning our theme is focusing on environment, climate change, sustainable development, and women economic empowerment. We have 4 speakers who are going to speak this morning to share their insights on how what they are doing influences women economic empowerment in relation to the theme for today. Our keynote speaker this morning is Dr. Jane Wangui Njuguna. Dr. Jane Wangui Njuguna is the acting director, Kenya Forestry Research Institute. We will also have 3 panelists who will also be sharing their experiences. They include 1, Ms. Dafina Muchai, who is the Executive Director, Women Farmers Association of Kenya, and a member of the Kenya Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services. She will be joining us virtually. The second panelist will be Dr. Charles Recha. Dr. Charles is a senior lecturer, Climatology, Pomet University. He will also be sharing his experience. Then the third panelist is going to be Kennedy Mungai. Kennedy Mungai is a Chief Officer, Environment, Energy, Climate Change, and Natural Resources at the county government of Nakuru. So these are the powerful speakers we have aligned for you this morning who will be sharing their experience. And before even I invite our keynote speaker, I just want to make an announcement which the HAP leader asked me to make. Kenyatta University has done a lot of work which cannot be shared, all of it within this session or any session throughout this conference. And because of that, we have posters out there. So when you are going out for tea break, please spare time, go around, see the kind of work that Kenyatta University Women Economic Empowerment and other researchers are doing. So please take note of that. So at this juncture, allow me to read the bio for Dr. Jane Nchuguna. Dr. Jane Nchuguna is a plant pathologist who holds Bachelor of Science in Botany and Zoology from University of Nairobi. She holds a Master's of Science in Forest Science from University of Melbourne, Australia, and a PhD in Forest Mycology and Pathology from Swedish University of Agricultural Science, Sweden. Prior to her appointment as an acting CEO, she was the Carefree Senior Deputy Director in charge of research and development. Please help me welcome Dr. Jane to come and share her insights on how Kenya Forestry Research Institute is impacting women economic empowerment. Karibu sana.
Good morning. Now we start with the obvious things of technical, always.
That is the beauty of technology. We keep learning every day. Sometimes it tells us wait, and now we have to wait until it agrees for us to use it. Thank you.
Good morning again. The Lord is good. And all the time, He is the best. Thank you. Yes, and we thank Him this morning that we are able to meet and discuss. Do I have to use these? Both. Okay. We thank Him this morning that we are able to meet and discuss what each one of us has been doing. It's on. You can hear me well? Yeah, what we've been doing over time. As you've been told, my name is Dr. Jane Juguna. I am from the Kenya Forestry Research Institute. I was hearing the recap of yesterday. It was a lot to do with education, gender, and KU and your partners. Allow me to start the day with something different about forestry and environment. And also I want to say that I'm grateful to be considered as a keynote speaker for this particular session and for that great meeting. Also, I'm grateful that the WeHub has considered me. The other year, I still gave a speech on environment, and that is to tell us the value of stakeholders, the value of networking, the value of partnerships. Thank you so much. Now, I want to start by talking about KEFRI. I looked at the topic of this conference is what incentives work for women, women's economic empowerment. And my many years or few years of experience will tell you that we are everything. Professor Onywer, do you agree? You agree? I like to dialogue with the people when I'm speaking because it's a lot easier and you follow up. We have agreed with Professor Onywer that women are everything. In fact, no, the men are happy. In fact, if you go home and you don't find your wife, hakuna watu. So we are the people. Women, we are the people. Because without us, hakuna watu, hakuna nyumba. I remember when I got married, my mother-in-law, a goddess and eternal peace, told my husband, now I can visit you because you have a home. But he had a house before I married him, and she could never go because there was no home. So let's start from there. It has not been shared. Yeah. Okay. Hey, we are having issues, but don't worry, we'll enjoy this session. Studio? Yes, we will enjoy the session. I will continue by giving you about KEFRI, something small about KEFRI. KEFRI is a national research organization. In fact, the only one with a mandate to undertake forestry research in the country. And we are the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry. Under the State Department of Forestry, we share it with the Kenya Forest Service. KEFRI was formally established in 1986 under the Cap 250 of the laws of Kenya, that's the former STI. And then the act was repealed in 2013, but still KEFRI was recognized as established with the former act. And now we are at the point where we are looking at establishing a one-sector law, and therefore KEFRI will form a chapter in the revised Forest Conservation and Management Act, God willing, 2024, because it's way gone. We also say that even though we were established in 1986, we have 90 years of forestry research information coming from the former East African Agriculture and Forestry Research Organization, following through the East African community. And of course, we all know that in 1975, the East African community broke up. Then we were left with Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. And the headquarters, which was at Muguga, where we work, we were left with the bulk of information from pre-colonial, colonial times, up to now. We are the custodian of that information. So as an institution, you can be sure you have information that you can work with the students, and also for your own knowledge and for applications in the country. So the topic today is initiatives for what works to advance women's economic empowerment, and we're giving you the KEFRI experience. I've just said that, but if you go back, what I've not said is only one bullet. Next. We are an interesting institution. Currently, as I stand here, we have 32 PhD holders in forestry. Yes, Pacifica professor. That's correct. We have 32 PhD holders, not counting those who have left, who trained in forestry. That is to tell you how much knowledge there is in forestry alone and environment and the related services. We have 53 MScs and 47 undergraduates, and that is because the government has not allowed us to recruit more graduates, because usually we have more at the lower levels, undergraduates. We are really hoping that the government will open up this space. 350 technical staff, 365 corporate support staff, adding to about 869. KEFRI is certified. We have 2 certifications, that is ISO 14001 2015 and ISO 9001 2015 quality management systems, and therefore our systems and research activities conform to international expectations, and that's why we're able to publish high quality papers from our work. Next. Next, please. That is KEFRI headquarters. For those who have, how many have been to KEFRI headquarters? How many? I'll be so sad. Professor, you've been there several times. Kindly visit us. Yes. Kindly visit us. We have a beautiful campus. That is KEFRI headquarters at Muguga, courtesy of JICA. We are supported by JICA. We have 2 campuses like this one at Muguga and another one at Kutv. Next. Now, I came across this quote from Albert Einstein. What is research? Do we know what we are doing? And if we knew what we were doing, would it be called research? I believe we are all scholars. Most of us are scholars. So what do? Do you go to do something that you know, or do you go to find out something that you don't know? And therefore, because we know something, we don't know the next, so we keep searching and researching. Next. I had talked about KEFRI's mandate is to conduct research, build capacities, and that is where we'll be in terms of women's economic empowerment, building capacities of stakeholders by conducting expert trainings. We disseminate research findings. Part of what I'll be doing today, I'll be telling you what we have done to support forestry development in the country and counties, at the national and the county level. And of course, very important is establishing strategic partnerships. Like we are deliberate on institutions of higher learning, research organizations, and of course, when the devolution came in, the county government, and also national governments, and also internationally, for us to enhance adaptability of forestry research technologies. Next. Our core values are simple. We aim for excellence. In fact, our vision is to be a center of excellence in forestry research. We are creative, and I'll show you with some of the examples I'll use. We aspire to be people of integrity. Especially when it comes to research plagiarism, we discourage it very much. Teamwork, inclusivity, networking. We are focused on our customers, and I said maintaining a healthy environment, which is a constitutional right, lakini ni jukumu la kila mtu. I don't know about KU, but when I came in, it was really, really clean. So I also congratulate and commend you for that. So a clean and healthy environment is a constitutional right, but it is your responsibility to ensure that you keep your environment clean, and we keep reminding people the importance of a healthy environment. Next. Hey, these people want to keep showing my face instead of... Yeah, our key functions, we provide information, technologies, and innovations for sustainable management, conservation and development of forests and early natural resources. We prepare forestry research and development strategies for the country. We undertake specialized training in professional forestry for stakeholders, and we also share information and technical advice with the public and the Cabinet Secretary in the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, because when they have to give a pronouncement, the pronouncements must be based on data so that it is valid. Next. So our research and development is allied or aligned to, I said, Constitution of Kenya 2010 in terms of achieving the 10% tree cover, which we overachieved in 2021. You can clap for us. Yeah? Yeah, I will not let you just go like that. We overachieved that. We achieved 12.13% in 2021. And when we achieved that, we thought that is not enough. So we increased our ambition to 30% tree cover, and I'll be talking about it. We also align to Vision 2030, the MTP4 is what we're implementing right now. The national government's better agenda in terms of transforming economies and transforming the livelihoods of people at all levels. We align to the National Forest Program, which expires in 2016, and also meeting the challenges of AFR 100, where we are supposed to restore over 100 million hectares globally, but Kenya chose, right now in the 30%, we have chosen to restore 10.6 million hectares, and we're also working under the UN Decade of Restoration. We implement this through 5-year strategic plans, and right now we are implementing our 7th strategic plan, where we are drawing our work plans. Although, as it is now, from the current situation, our budgets are zero in terms of work plans. That's I'm here to look for partnerships. If you have projects that we can work together, we can develop together, that's the way to go for researchers. Thank you. Next, please. Yes, how do we approach our research? We have 2 approaches to research. We have thinking and coordination with thematic approach. That happens at the headquarters. And this comes in 4 technical thematic areas. Forest productivity, tree health and improvement. I come from that theme. We also have the forest biodiversity, climate change and environmental management, forest products and enterprise development, and socio-economics, policy and governance. And these 4 thematic areas are supported by forest research support services of biometrics, GIS. I don't have to read all that. By the way, this presentation is available from your communication team. allow you to use it. Then we are supported by corporate affairs and quality assurance, and corporate services departments of HR, finance, supply chain, revenue generation, legal services, and internal audit. Next, please. Our research approach too is implementing research in the ecoregions. For that, we have 6 ecoregional research programs, and we start from the coast, where they're almost following like the former provincial provinces, but you'll see that some are merged together. Yes, we start with the coast. We have a center at the coast. Who is familiar with Gede? Yes, thank you. Then we have sub-centers at Lamu, Buratana, and Taita Taveta in Wudani. We have our research program, Drylands. This is the biggest research program based at Kitui, and is supported by centers in Garissa, Kibwezi, Wajir, Horambura. If you don't see your county here, don't beat me. We are coming there with the time. Rift Valley, we also have Central Highlands, which covers the 12 counties of former Central Province, based at Muguga and supported by centers in Nyeri, Rumuruti, and Meru. Also, Rift Valley Highlands Ecoregion Research Program based at Selondiani, Kericho, but supported by Tarbo, Marigat, and Lodwar. We have also Lake Victoria Ecoregion based at Maseno and supported by Migori, Kakamega, Ramogi, and Rongo. And we also have the proposed Narok to cover this part of the Rift Valley. We have one national research program based at Karura, which is working on purely forest products, all types of forest products from the country. Next, please. That is where we are. Of course, you can see there are counties which are empty. We are right now in 22 counties, so we are remaining with how many counties? For 25. Yes, we are getting there. I said we are coming slowly. Next. Next, please. Yes, our strategic objectives is to enhance productivity of forest and agroforestry systems. 2, to produce and distribute high-quality tree germplasm for the 30% tree cover, and development of selected indigenous tree species for drought tolerance. I don't know who in KU is in charge of your tree restoration program. I don't know, Professor Waundo. I don't know who is. He's the one. Has he come for seat from Kefri? He's from that department. They did, eh? So we served them right. That is what we exist to do. Next. Next, please. Yes, 5 minutes is what I have. 5 minutes is a lot of time, by the way. I don't know why there's a... Yes, we also offer advisory health services for healthy forests, and especially diseases and pests. The picture here to my right, that is cypress. You've seen that condition? You have seen it? This is not aphids. The cypress. Okay, there's the aphids. There's the one in the middle. That is the eucalyptus, and there's the cypress. This is a condition that is spreading like wildfire, and it's a combination of 2 things which you are working on. Next. Yeah. Next, please. Why is there? We also have we develop technologies for restoration of degraded landscapes. Most of the Kenya is like degraded. The first one, mangroves, prosopis management. Prosopis is madenge for those who are familiar, and bamboo development. Next, please. Next, it's not moving. We also develop technologies to accelerate restoration, and we are proud to say that we are pioneers of aerial seeding in large-scale restoration, and this technology, together with the drones, is catching up very well. Next, please. Madam, you have to increase my time because there's a time lag. Our objective 7 is to develop technologies for development, efficient processing, and utilization of forest and non-wood timber products, as nature-based solutions for livelihood improvement. Next. So, what works to empower women? Why women anyway? I said women are home and peace builders. They nurture populations globally and are in constant touch and intensively integrate with the environment, especially in food production, and are most vulnerable to climate change effects and social problems. And for that, I always remember Serikali's idea. I don't know where the man of the house was, but that Serikali's idea, we know, who doesn't know Serikali's idea? Yeah? Sisi wote tunajua. I always ask myself, where was the owner of the home? Ama alienda na maji pia. Next. Yeah? Next. I always never forget our late Peace Nobel laureate, Professor Wangari Maathai. She said simply, when we plant trees, we plant seeds of peace and seeds of hope. We also secure the future of our children. And therefore, what is there for us now is the 15 billion tree growing target agenda. Go back. There's something I want us to understand. The one in red. This conference, if you do not get anything else from me, just know that if we plant 15 billion trees by 2032 or 2050, whichever time we achieve that target, and we sell one tree for only how many shillings? 3,000. Just lowest 3,000, because we saw. No, it's not scary. It's the reality. It's the reality. This is what we'll do to our country, not just for women, but for everyone, for the economy. We'll translate to 45 trillion. We are struggling with 3.9 trillion. So you can see the value of forestry. Yes, Professor, thank you. Next. The 15 billion strategy is being implemented at 11 intervention strategies. They are there, all of them. And the target, this is how we calculated the target to 15.9 billion seedlings to restore 10.5 million hectares or 10.6 million hectares. Next, please. So how are we doing it? As KEFRI, we are powering it through Jazamiti, and on your phone, you can download Jazamiti. That's my application, Jazamiti, either on Android or iPhone, to track your tree growing activities. So especially, I always caution, we have given you seeds. So we'll be tracking what you're doing with the seeds. And this is what the application is supposed to be, to tell us whether you're doing anything, you're mark timing, or we are moving forward. Next. Yes. How are we empowering the women? Or how do we empower the women? We must deliberately have women employed in the tree value chain. And I have all that to answer to the 11 interventions of the 15 billion tree growing strategy. We have professionals like myself and those in the formal employment. We have opportunities in seed production, collection, processing, and marketing. And I'm proud to say we have the first woman tree climber from Gen Z. Yes. And this Gen Z, don't joke with it. They are out there and they are giving us ideas. And we were thoroughly surprised when girls applied to be tree climbers, and we got them. We have seeding production, establishment of plantations, maintenance, harvesting, sale of products. These are all the opportunities that exist, not just for women, because our experience is not just for women, it's also for men, youth, and anyone else. You and I, we need to be in this space. Next, please. I'm almost done. Is it going round? Yes. What works? We are here because we got education at some point. We cannot move, we cannot empower women without giving them education. From KEFRI, we go further beyond the education, we train and capacity build. And from my experience, the best stage to start is this one, the primary school level. And for those with children, just show them how a seed germinates at home, the younger one. That philosophy sticks with them. This group, for me, it has both boys and girls. It is very important. This is where they understand the value. And we've seen a lot of offshoots from this generation wanting to grow trees by themselves. Next. Capacity building of stakeholders. You see up there now we have the high schools, we have the next photograph, we have the community groups, and of course we have the high level training or capacity building. These are our staff who graduated last year from Edgerton University. Next. Then we're also training women and women groups and youth groups in production of high-value propagation materials because they are cheap, they are easy, and we achieve our targets within a short time. That is, we have the fruit tree production, and we have tissue culture production. We have trained a number of groups, especially in bamboo tissue culture. Next. Bamboo, of course, you can see what it is able to do. This is Makueni and Migori, where we train communities how to do this. And raising the seedlings of bamboo is a high value, and therefore women are able to earn good incomes for their sustenance. Next. This is so much. Okay, we underwent through this, but what is also on the right is that one of our lady researchers, Amina, is working very hard to ensure that the banks of River Tana are also restored using bamboo. And where this was, we didn't see a lot of flooding because it was able, it's 1 year old, but it was able to reduce the volume or the speed of the water. Next, please. Yes, we disseminate our research findings through trainings, and you can see we have strategic partnerships. We train people. This is the second photograph is a workshop at Karura. So if you have a group that needs to be trained, women group, otherwise, or men group, we are ready to train at our National Forest Product Research Center. Next, please. Our other objective is strategic partnerships. This is the one we can see. The top one is our latest, where we have a program on climate change, looking at the tree seeds, and also under climate change. And of course, we invite partners because that is where we are able to reach. We are able to cover more ground when we have partners with us. Next. Conclusion on what works. We need to mobilize resources for startups, including access to credits. We need to support women and the youth to write good proposals in the climate change, including developing carbon projects. We need to support women and the youth to attend trainings and building and capacity building courses. Also support benchmarking, strengthen partnerships and collaborations, and also mentorship. I have not had this kind of experience where there's a delay. So out of all this, we offer specialized training. That is harvesting on hardwood products. Tree climbing is a course that we are specialized in. I don't know whether you know tree climbing is a skill. And also managing of invasive species like madenge, value addition, and also marketing of various products through associations. Next, finally, we inform you have good news for you. This is myself and our ambassador in Sweden. Last month, we received the UFRO flag. UFRO is the International Union of Forestry Research Organizations. We did a bid, or we submitted a bid to hold this congress in this country, KEFRI, with our support from C4ICRAF, Africa Forest Forum, and the Kenya Forest Service. We invite you to be part of this. This is the first time this Congress is coming to the African soil, and then coming to where? Coming to where? Hosted by who? CC, Kefri. So you are welcome. KU is a good collaborator and a good stakeholder. And finally, now part of the good news is also that this Jazamiti award, this Jazamiti application, we received an award for the best innovation in the Africa Public Service Day, that is last year, under climate change mitigation. So I hope you'll be able to use this. Give us your responses, comments, so that we can keep improving. It's a robust application. It will help you to choose the right species for the right site, for the right purpose. Next. Thank you. Wow. Thank you very much. I've not had this kind of experience. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Daktari, for those insightful ideas that are coming and what you are doing, and I think I should see it. What you are doing as KEFRI, at some point I thought KEFRI is a university in itself, because you have a number of PhDs, a number of masters, a number of undergraduate students, and maybe the breakdown of how many women will help. So I think because of the technical hitches, you saw how much time it was taking to move from one slide to the other. So managing time was a little bit a challenge, but now that we are going to the panelists, who are online, and I want to believe it will move seamlessly, we should be able to move faster. I hope you have written down the questions that you would want to ask Daktari, and I would ask that we have them down. We have the three presenters make their presentations, and then now we will have an open session where you will ask your questions or your comments before we break from this session. So at this juncture, I want to welcome our panelists. And our first panelist is Ms. Dafina Muchai. Dafina Muchai is the Executive Director, Women Farmers Association of Kenya, and the current chair of Climate Smart Agriculture, multi-stakeholder platform, investments, technical working group. Davina has over 35 years of experience working in both private and public agricultural sector at various levels. An environmentalist by training and practice, she has been playing a remarkable role in championing for climate smart agriculture practices among women and youth. Welcome. Help me welcome Dafina to make her presentation, and I'm giving her 8 minutes because we have a time limit, 8 minutes to be able to give us her, to share her insights on what they are doing in relation to women economic empowerment. Karibu sana. You are mute, you can unmute yourself. It is the sound. Our technicians, please, sound. Okay, we cannot hear you. They are working on sound. Or you are mute. Can you unmute yourself, please? Okay, technicians, you can help us. Wow, great. So, Ms. Dafina, please, now you can unmute yourself and take us through your presentation. Karibu.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Oh, great, great. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
I'm happy to have been invited and to have been chosen It's really humbling. And thank you for the bio. I don't have to go back to it. I'll dive straight to introduce the Women Farmers Association of Kenya. As you've been told, my name is Daphne Muchai. And at the moment, I am the Executive Director and founder of the Women Farmers Association of Kenya. Women Farmers Association of Kenya, WOFAC, is a women-led women association, and with a mission to empower women farmers to undertake sustainable enterprises, development for improved and sustainable livelihoods. And WOFAC works or is anchored on 3 pillars. Our first pillar is capacity building. We can never overemphasize the need for building capacity, including this, all of us here in the room. Our next pillar is mentorship, where we link women, young women, to progressive women, and also women who are starting an agripreneur enterprise and they want to succeed, so we link them to succeeding women. We also have the third pillar, which is wealth creation, and this is where we train, we link farmers, we link women-led enterprises to agripreneurs so that they can build on economic sustainability of their businesses. So those are our 3 pillars. Currently, we are established in 12 counties where we have what we call the chapters, and the chapters are women-led. Of course, we have men as our members, but we emphasize on women leadership because it is key for any development within the farming communities. Women Farmers Organization works through linkages and collaborations and partnerships. So most of what we have achieved in the capacity building, in the linking of women to other practitioners and improving on what they are doing is through partnerships and collaborations. And the establishment of what we are calling the county chapters makes this one very easy because that is our communication channel, and that also is the channel for capacity building and mentorship and wealth creation. WOFAC is farmer-centered but women-led focused because as we've heard even from yesterday through in this conference, where women lead, there is a lot of growth. And we don't want the farmer sector to be left behind. I also say that as a women organization, we are privy to a number of what goes around and what works. And this current status in the women section is that women contribute over 60% in the economic growth, especially in this country. According to the study by KIPRA, which is the Kenya Institute of Public and Policy Research and Analysis, 75% of the agricultural labor force is given by women. So it is very critical, and I really want to echo and really salute the organizers of this workshop on the economic empowerment of women. Because unless we empower this 75%, then it means our GDP growth will be affected. And according to Central Bank of Kenya, in January 2023, agriculture is contributing 33% in the GDP of the
It's like we cannot hear her.
Oh, sorry. What is happening?
It's the network. Yeah, now we can hear you.
Oh, sorry. But maybe I'd moved away from the speaker. Sorry about that. So what you're saying, according to the survey done by Central Bank in January 2023, that 3% of the GDP contribution to this country is from agriculture. And as I indicated earlier, 75% of the agricultural workers are women. So this means that these women who are contributing, they need to be empowered and empowered economically. The another status of women is that the women are overburdened because they have the triple roles within the community. They have the reproductive, and also the community roles, which they must be part of. And for us now to look into the capacity on the wealth creation and the women economic empowerment, we have to look through these three roles that women, especially the women farmers, are involved with, all in. And at all levels, we need to have the women voice heard. And for the women voice to be heard, we need also to empower this woman to be able to stand and say what really hurts her. Not sit and tell them what they need to do, but involve them from the grassroots all the way to the international levels. I was very happy yesterday with the keynote speaker when she said that technologies and all the activities that we do, we must have the woman in mind. We must wear the gender lens, which means that whatever address we need to do to empower women must be women-led and have a gender lens. I know the men are in the house, and I'm happy they support the empowerment of women. So, not wanting to lose my 8 minutes, I want to quickly go to what we've seen works. And I want to really look at our theme. What works to advance women economic advancement or empowerment? Number one, which we have looked at as an organization, is capacity building. We can never over-train. We can never over-transfer skills, especially to the local women or the community women who are in charge of producing the food that we eat. Unless they have all the knowledge, especially how to grow the right food, how to prepare it. Because food and nutritional security is key from family level all the way to the national level. So we need a lot of skills transfer to the women at that level. And also we need to train them for self-esteem, because for them to stand and speak and say what does not work and what needs to work, they must be trained on leadership. So leadership skills is very critical to the woman. One would ask, then how is that economical? It's economical empowerment in the sense that she'll make the right choices, whether at the farm level or at the business level. Number two, another area that would work to empower women, it is financing model. Models that are intentional to supporting the women. At this juncture, I would say, growing up in the village, I would see the women group meet. They would give 20 shillings every Wednesday, and these 20 shillings would be given to one woman who would go either buy food or buy utensils or pay for the uniforms of the small of their family members, and this money was going round within that group. We may say that is not, of course, from the economics point of view, it is not economic empowerment. But what it does, it helps the farmer or the woman to know how to save, to know how to utilize that little money at that level. So the financing models should take that into account. I know a lot of village savings and loaning schemes have started. Unfortunately, some of our financial institutions are picking that one up, and instead of leaving more money at the farmer's level or at the woman level, they leverage a lot of interest, meaning the woman will get less, and yet it is a village and savings scheme. So the loaning or the financing models must be pro-women economic empowerment, build on what already is working. Unfortunately, our financial institutions, they want to reap the maximum. Sorry if there is one in the room, but they want to reap and take a lot of interest vis-a-vis supporting the women. Number 3, technology. We can never overemphasize on technology. And when I talk technology, the ICT guys in the room, I have nothing against ICT in terms of communication and information platforms, but I'm looking deeper into technology in areas that save time for the woman. That is the water. We should have a technology around water saving, transfer to the homes that will reduce the amount of time the woman takes to go and fetch water. Also the renewable energies. In the wake of climate change and environmental protection, we need to think about the green energy, the biogases, the wind energy, the solars. We need to think about that to improve on the time the woman uses to be a caregiver and a better homemaker. Number 2, also technologies that are helping in the farming sector. Simple technologies that will allow a woman to use less time on the farm so that they can make more within the short time. Technologies that will improve in value addition of the foods or the produce that they have at the farm level and reduce food loss and food waste. Because unless we preserve what we have, then we lose it. So there is no economics, or we will not empower the woman economically. So we need climate smart technologies that will help in the smaller, because we have small pieces of land that need to produce enough for the family and also for sale. So those technologies, we need to partner in as many institutions and organizations as possible so that these technologies are transferred to the farmer. And also, within the same breath, have some of these conversations at that level where this farmer can also contribute. I know very well they have solutions, but unfortunately, many at times, these solutions remain with them. They are not cascaded upwards. The 4th area where we can make a dent in the women economic empowerment is on the policy implementation. I'm looking at crops and produce in the supermarket. When you go to a supermarket and you want to buy vegetables, they are weighed for you. It's not counting the leaves of spinach or murenda or the tereres. They weigh for you, and then you are charged according to the weight. Why can't this happen up to the farm level? I know there are policy makers in the house and there are policy implementers in the house. Let's join hands and make it work. When we have a sack of carrots weighing 120 kilos, what are we saying? The women are losing in terms of the amount of money they have put in Also, they cannot lift that big sack, the potatoes, the beans. Let's also make policies that address the weights of the produce that are sold from the farm level. And this will increase the farm gate prices, which means the women who are 75% of the farmers will have that money in their pocket, and that translates to women economic empowerment. I can go on and on and on because this is an area I really love. What about trade and marketing? How do we look at it from a woman point of view? A woman who has to make the family, a woman who has to give care to an elderly member of the family, a person with a disability in the family. How do we simplify trading across board and within our country so that this woman who is at the farm level gets maximum? There are models that I've seen that work, like the cooperative models, where women and the men at that level have a say in the produce that is brought in the seed that they are brought in, and also not to mention an area where I want to mention about skills transfer, extension services, advisory services. Who is doing it? Is it streamlined? Because as the policy should address, who should be the custodian of this? The county governments are in charge of extension. Is it reaching the farmer? When we say that we want 10% of our budget to go to agriculture, is it only to pay salaries, or is it also to employ extension and advisors to the farmers so that they do the right thing? So policies at the county level on extension should be so strong that the women who are majority farmers.
Okay, we have 1 minute. Can you finalize, please? We have 2 more speakers.
Yes, thank you. I am actually, you have just said it when I was finishing, and I want to say that in the wake of climate change, we need to think deeper and empower the woman with skills that can mitigate, that can build resilience and adaptation to climate change. Thank you very much for having me.
Yes.
I hope I have given a few of the points that we can work on later. And with that, I submit.
Thank you so much, Ms. Davina, for those insights. I liked the idea that in the Women Farmers Association, women lead, and that is very critical. Thank you so much. I hope, colleagues, you have written down questions. I'm seeing some are coming from online. We will keep them to the end. I want to invite the next presenter, who will take 8 minutes, and 8 means 8, please. This is Dr. Charles Recha. Dr. Charles Recha is a climatologist with research interest in climate viability, seasonal climate forecasts, soil water conservation, livelihoods, and socio-cultural contexts of climate change. He is a senior lecturer of geography and head of postgraduate studies, partnerships and linkages at Bomet University College, Kenya. Karibu sana, Dr. Charles, and make your presentation.
Thank you, Session Chair, and thank you for KUW for considering me as a panelist. I'm a KU graduate. All my 3 degrees I studied at Kenyatta University, and I'm very proud of that. So I would like to share with you some data from our Kenya population census. And then after that data, I'll try to link it to sustainable development and climate change and women economic empowerment. I would like us to note that in the census of 2019, it shows that cooking fuel, when it came to cooking fuel, 55% of Kenyans rely on firewood. 55% still rely on firewood. And a majority of this in counties such as Wajir, West Pokot, Mandera, Marsabit, Tharaka Nithi, Kitui, we are talking of upward of 85% of the population. Take note that those are ASAL counties, and therefore we are relying on firewood. Those are fragile ecosystems, and the risk of desertification remains high. Use of gas is common in urban centers, primarily Nairobi and Mombasa. Use of charcoal is highest in places like Nakuru, and you want to think of Mau Forest Complex. 24% of Nakuru population is relying on charcoal. Lamu, 27%, and you want to think of Boni Forest around there. Isiolo and Uasin Gishu counties. A significant population of those counties are relying on charcoal. Paraffin, about 8% of Kenyans are still relying on paraffin. A very small percentage, less than 1% of Kenyans are using electricity for cooking. Let's share some other data, and that is with respect to the lighting. On lighting, 50% of Kenyans are using electricity and 19% are using solar. Of those using electricity, a vast majority, about 88%, are in urban centers, while a majority of those using solar, about 30% of them, are in rural areas. Now, use of solar energy is prevalent in Western Kenya counties, particularly Kakamega, Busia, then Nyanza counties, that is Siaya, Homa Bay, and Migori. About 10% of Kenyans are still using paraffin tin lamps for lighting their homes. 10%. A majority of this population are in Kwale at 29%, Kilifi 27%, and Vihiga County 28%. Sources of water. Kenyans, about a quarter, that is 25% or so, are relying on piped water. Those may look like good numbers, but I am concerned that you have about 17% still relying on streams and rivers. Some 3% still relying on dams and lakes. Then you have other percentages using wells, boreholes, and so forth. Now, the data I've just shared you, that is for cooking fuel, lighting, and sources of water, speaks to 4 main sustainable development goals: good health and well-being, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, and climate action. Let's look at each one of them very briefly. When we talk of good health and well-being, by 2019, 1.1 million Africans died because of air pollution. Air pollution arising from indoor and outdoor. Air pollution arising from cooking and lighting is said to have a relationship with valley fever, premature death, chronic bronchitis among women, and enhanced mortality of children below 5 years. Now we know that this air pollution is occasioned by polluting fuels and technologies for cooking, lighting, and heating. And when it comes to, again, cooking, we know that it is women and children who spend substantial amount of time in environments, in cooking environments, and hence they are more exposed to this poor air quality. On clean water sanitation, we appreciate that a significant number of Kenyans are accessing safe drinking water, like I've shown in the data. But we should be concerned that 17% are relying on streams, on river waters, on dams and lakes, 3%. We want to say that based on this, the issue of water quality and quantity for domestic use is often vulnerable to climate change. On affordable energy, we would like to observe that over time and globally, unfortunately, the number of people lacking access to electricity has risen in the last decade. Not so good news. And we have, on the positive front, governments, development partners are investing in clean energy, geothermal, wind, solar energy, and so forth. In Kenya, we note on a positive note that at least 50% of Kenyans are using electricity for lighting, 19% are using solar. Good. But we should be concerned that only 1% of Kenyans are using electricity for cooking. And from where you and I sit, it is for obvious reason. The cost of electricity is so high that many households cannot use it for cooking. Yes, that data, that information has implication on climate action. Sustainable goal number 13. That we should note and appreciate that when we talk of climate change, the genesis is always greenhouse gas concentrations. The greenhouse gas concentrations are the cause of climate change. Climate change yields impacts, and impacts require responses. So we have two responses: mitigation on one hand to address greenhouse gases, and adaptation to address impacts arising from climate change. I know we have done a lot and more continue to be done on adaptation, but this presentation would like to lay emphasis that we need to do a lot on mitigation so that we are able to address the concerns on cooking energy, lighting energy, and water-related issues. I would like to say that now, when we are looking at what should work for women, economic empowerment on these issues, number one, we shall need integrated water management for multiple water crises. There are many issues in water, ranging from climate change, expensive technologies. I appreciate the comments from Dafin, who has said we need to invest in technologies that provide clean water. That is very important, because my mind is on the population that is still relying on stream water. What effort do we put in place to ensure that the simple technologies that are in our TVETs, that are in our universities, are transferred to these homes so that they are able to clean their water after they have gotten the water from their streams? We shall also need to consider issues of financing, service provider, and the overall infrastructure development for water. On the second thing, what should work for women economic empowerment is there is need for policies and programs to accelerate electrification, enhance energy efficiency, and increase investment in energy efficiency. We are not doing very well as Sub-Saharan Africa in terms of lighting our homes. North Africa has done very well, but Sub-Saharan Africa, we are lagging behind. That is a UN report telling us that. If we address the issue of clean cooking and lighting energy, then we shall reduce emissions. Emissions that are arising from use of charcoal production and use of firewood for cooking. Last, as I conclude, there is need for local level observations and analysis linking air pollution, climate, and human health. In Kenya, we have very little, almost no data on indoor and outdoor air pollution. I am aware Kenya Meteorological Department has installed equipments in some urban centers to measure air pollution. Good. But we are saying, can we have simple equipment go into houses so that we are able to know, to measure indoor pollution, so that we use that data to now inform our counties, to now inform our national government and development agencies on how we can address the issue of human health arising from pollution based on the kind of energy we are using for the household. I'll give an example of fertilizer. There is an understanding in some counties that you need to subsidize fertilizer for farming. We've seen it at the national government and even in some counties, and that has had an effect on production. If we have to address the bit of assisting women and children from inhaling bad air, poor quality air, we shall need data. This data can be fed onto these development agencies, and they can offer a platform, a way out on how we can reduce reliance on firewood, reliance on stream water, or we improve the stream water before we use it. I would like to and thank you very much for the opportunity to share those experiences with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daktari, for sharing with us. Very good statistics coming out that are eye-opening on what is happening in relation to our in relation to energy and all that. Our final presenter is Kennedy Mungai. Kennedy Mungai is the Chief Officer, Environmental, Energy, Climate Change, and Natural Resources at the County Government of Nakuru. He is a trained natural resource scientist specializing in the management of fisheries, aquatic sciences, and wetlands. He has 8 years working as a principal administrative officer, specifically on devolved functions. Welcome, Kennedy, to share with us your insights. Karibu.
Thank you so much. I hope I'm audible and visible.
Yes, we can hear you. We can see you. 8 minutes.
No problem. First is to appreciate the invitation. And as the introduction was made, that is who I am. I had wanted to be there physically. Unfortunately, because of the current status of our country, I was not approved of traveling to Nairobi. So said I'll appear virtually and share the insight to this. Number two is also thank the organizers of this forum. It's a very good forum focusing on this very gender sensitive topic on environment, issues to do with climate change and conservation. And I would wish to say the following, that as Nakuru County and as a country as large, the issues to do with environmental conservation and climate change are very critical, especially on women and in extension to children. When environment is degraded, when the climate change is adverse, the people who are highly affected are women and children. I was very happy to listen to the Ms. Davina and Dr. Richard on what they were presenting on issues to do with agriculture and value chain, issues to do with clean energy, clean cooking. Because as Nakuru County, we saw the need to have these issues addressed. And we decided in 2021 to come up with 2 laws. The first law that we came up with was the issue to manage solid waste, where we were able to come up with a model that is able to offer opportunities to private individuals to collect waste in households. And by doing so, they are able to earn money. We are proud to have been ranked among the counties that are very clean in terms of waste in the city, in households, and outside the city. So in that model, we have engaged over 91 self-help groups and companies, and about 30-40% of those are managed by women. And on average, about 100,000 Kenya shillings on income goes to those communities led by women. So the law that we adopted in 2021 is Nakuru County Solid Waste Management Act. And the other one is on issues to do with climate change. We have Nakuru County Climate Change Act of 2021 that envisioned on coming up with what we call local solutions to local problems on adaptation and resilience in terms of climate change. So the law has enabled us to come up with what we call ward climate change committees. And in these committees, we have a minimum of 4 women. The committee comprises about 12 people. So if you go by our 55 number wards in Nakuru County, we have about 220 women participating in local solutions towards combating the issues to do with climate change. So what we are doing, we have ensured that we allocate money to finance these programs. And we intentionally came up with fundamental principles that are able to address issues to do with water, as my colleagues just mentioned, issues to do with ensuring that we do last mile connectivity, issues to ensure that we recover our rivers, because if we don't recover our rivers and we don't do last mile connectivity of water, that's when we are going to expose women to go to longer distance to look for water. We are going to expose them to inaccessibility to irrigation practices in agriculture practices. So we have made a deliberate effort to ensure that women are able to access water. At about 62% of our population is able to access water to distances of about a kilometer radius. Another thing that I want to mention is looking at how environment issues and issues to do with climate change have been coming up. Flooding, we have had 2 flooding situations in Nakuru County in a span of 4 years. The recent one was Maimahio that happened and claimed over 60 people. If you look at the numbers, we lost so many women and children compared to men. I think out of 61, we had about 40 women and children, because either men were not in the house at that time, they are gone out fending for the family, so women and children are in the house. So when we have these issues happening on environmental degradation, it is obvious and open that women are affected mostly. I was happy to listen to what Dr. Eche mentioned about the dependency of unclean cooking solutions, that is paraffin and firewood. We are losing over 20,000 people in the country on unclean sources of energy, that is firewood, charcoal, and paraffin. And we've partnered with development partners to advocate and champion for clean cooking solutions. And in that, we have been able to adopt a Nakuru County energy plan that is looking into at least reducing or increasing the access to clean cooking solutions by about 40%. culturally in Africa, women are the ones who are involved so much in cooking. So ourselves as men, we find ourselves not being affected so much because we only find ourselves eating already food. We don't know how that food was prepared. So when you have unclean cooking solutions, you end up having women affected. We have women being affected mostly. And you get the data from our public health, you find respiratory diseases affecting more women and children because women and children will be the kitchen adopting this unclean solution. So we want to put more money towards this adoption. We have clean cooking stoves. We develop training manuals so that women are able to also come up with the GCOs themselves and so on and so forth. The other thing that I would want to mention as Nakuru County is climate smart agriculture cannot be overemphasized in this discussion. And in this climate smart agriculture, we need to move away from just talking about producing food for subsistence. We are moving now to what we call value addition. So Nakuru County has managed to secure a budget of about 196 million towards a program called National Agriculture Value Chain Development Project, NAVCDP. And in this, Her Excellency the Governor, Susan Keka, who is also happens to be a woman, has pronounced herself clearly that in the CIG, or what we call community interest groups, we need to focus so much on women. Because at the end of the day, women for a long time have been only classified to be like they're only supposed to practice agriculture only for subsistence. So we want to focus on dairy, beef, poultry, potato, and paredram value chains. And we are already out there encouraging women groups to join so that we can fund them into achieving the outcomes of this project. I know we're running short of time, but I would wish to speak lastly on issues to do with culture. I think the biggest hurdle that we've faced as the professionals in this field on empowering women in terms of environmental conservation and climate change is the issues to do with the cultural barriers and cultural beliefs. That we find women are out there, they want to improve on their resilience, on their adaptation, they want to change on adopt cleaner cooking solutions. But they will always come and tell us the problem we have is that whenever we want to do this, we are told our husbands say they can't take ugali that has been made from pressure cooker. They can't take a meat that has not been roasted using a particular form of traditional methodology of cooking. It's a big challenge because now women are being overburdened, being overbeared by issues to do with culture. It is very wrong. You go to some community, women want to plant and propagate trees for tree growing initiative in the country. But you say in this community, this type of trees that we don't allow culturally to be planted. And it's out of most of the time when we are going for tree planting activities or tree growing activities, it is scientific guided. We know these trees are going to survive there. But when you get there, you are told, no, these trees are not allowed here. Culture does not allow these trees here, and so on and so forth. It's a big challenge that we need to throw this spanner in the works, that issues to do with culture are highly and badly affecting the community. Lastly is we wish to come up with recommendations that are injecting resources directly into women cell groups and companies and stakeholders, because by and large, the numbers are high. If you look at the population dynamics in our country, women are more than men. So if we're able to put the effort and invest in the effort that we have in terms of the numbers, we are going to achieve so much in terms of environmental conservation, climate change resilience, and adaptation. I wouldn't want to speak beyond that. we will be happy to continue engaging as and when time allows us to do that. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you so much. I want us to give all our presenters 4 factorial claps before we ask 3 questions, because I have 1 question from online, only 3 from the floor. So can we give them a round of applause? Can we give them a better round of applause? Very good, that is even better. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to 3 people to ask questions from the floor. We have 1 question from the virtual participants, and this is from Professor Ngare. What is tree climbing? I think this goes to Dr. Jane. We want to know, maybe we may want to go and start climbing the trees. So can I see the first hand this low? Thank you. Hakuna mtu anauliza swali hapa. Yes, Maruta there. Another second hand. Yes, another one there. So we give those 2, and then we give the opportunity to our panelists and our keynote speaker to respond to them, and then we go for tea. Thank you. Maruta, please.
Thank you, the moderator. My name is Maruta Abraham. As you have heard, I come from Tharaka Nithi. My question goes to Ms. Davina, Corinne Davina. In the strategy and in the way forward, she has praised, having dealt with the gender issues for quite some time now, I realize that there is a serious misconception of messages that is passed across while building the capacity of women in terms of enabling them economically. So how are they planning as an association to handle misconception of informations? Because at the times what you find being put in the advert contradicts the agenda of empowering those women in one way or the other. Secondly, what measures as an association are they taking to do an impact evaluation on what they are doing? Because occasionally there is no framework, there is no good framework to check on exactly the messages that are done in terms of campaigning on effectiveness of women in participation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the 2 questions. Okay, yeah.
Thank you very much.
You say your name also.
Okay, thank you very much, Moderator. My name is Dr. Muchek Charles. I come from the School of Health Sciences, Kenyatta University. My question goes to Davina. I have seen the statistics which have been presented in the area of agriculture and even business. Now, I don't know where is the missing link, and things you can explain. How comes that 75% of agriculture is in the hands of the women and even businesses? Then what happens later that it does not translate into resources going to being in the hands of the same women who are very hardworking, and in whose hands the economy is? Where is the missing link? Even in the positions of leadership, we have heard that women make a critical mass, and they have the numbers. How comes that that does not translate into policy so that they are in position to make policies to impact their lives, and then that, is it robbery violence, or what really happens? Because it appears the women are robbed what is rightfully they have worked for, somebody takes it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. For the 3 questions, we start with Dr. Jane, and then we move to Davina.
Thank you. I am surprised I only have 1 question on tree climbing. I want to say that tree climbing is a skill which we utilize and use at KEFRI. Let me take you back to see the way Kenya Power cuts trees. Are you happy with the way they do it? Thank you. Trees should be cut in a humane manner. And yes, because they cry, they feel pain, they are angry. And I know you are laughing. And there's one person, you remember the former PC Kutv. I happened to visit his farm this week. And he wanted to understand why some people came, the Kenya Power people came and cut mango trees near his farm. And those trees did not do anything for 3 years. And when I visited last in Kamwambia, you see the way these trees were cut. They are cut in a way that they are left split all over. They feel pain. They are living things. Let's not forget. They are living things, so they feel pain and they must react. And what we did last year was to cut down the trees nicely with a power saw, cut with a wedge. And this week, on Monday when I went, the trees have sprouted. So tree climbing, we use tree climbing, one, to manage the trees. You see the height of trees, we collect tree seeds. Tree seeds are collected. They are not collected or picked from the tree when they are still up there. We don't collect them from the ground. So we need to train specialists in tree climbing, what we do in KEFRI, to allow us collect the tree seeds that we require. We have a target of 100 metric tons. So you can imagine the intensity of tree climbing that our people do. And there's not a single person who has ever fallen with that height of 20 and above. We have not received any injuries because they are trained. So that's a skill and a training that we do and we can do for you. And also, in terms of now commercial tree growing, the avocado and macadamia and all that, you need specialist skill to panda macadamia. You know how macadamias are. If you are not careful, you come down with all the injuries. But when you utilize the skills of an experienced tree climber, they come down nicely and your tree is left standing. There are also, when it comes to pruning and removing from a compound, there are people who can come to you and they will leave that compound. People will be wondering were there trees or not trees, because there will be no trees that there were trees. But there are those who will come, plus you will end up with the problems with your neighbors because they'll fall everywhere. So tree climbing, tree pruning and tree management is a skill that KEFRI offers. By the way, you can find it in the internet. If you Google tree climbing demos, you'll find there are several systems of tree climbing.
Wow, I thank God my age cannot allow me to climb a tree. It is risky. I would not want to have that skill, but maybe my children. Thank you so much, Dr. Chen. That is enlightening. Next, Dafina, please respond to the two questions. Yeah. One was on the misconceptions of the messages on capacity building and the impact. Then the other one was on the 75%.
Yes, thank you very much for those questions. First of all, I want to handle the one on misconception. In our kind of training, what we are doing, because we are only saying it's women-led, we have men and women during trainings. And whatever trainings material we use are the ones that are being used by other organizations. It's not that we come up with our own kind of training. I know the gender training got a very negative connotation during the Beijing, when the women came from Beijing, and the way it was translated to mean gender, women, it's about you sitting on, being a superwoman, making sure that you are the one who is speaking and all that. But gender training it's bringing up the issues that affect all of us as a family. Because gender is not about men or women. It is the roles that we are assigned by the culture, by the society, and by where we are. And unfortunately, many of us, from how we grew up, these roles are inclined in our lives. We would always say, this role is for women, this is for men. That is what gender is all about. So it's about the way you communicate. and also the audience, allow them also to ask. Actually, in some of the groups that we are having, our champions are men, once they understand. We have a curriculum or kind of a training kit that we call Gender Makes Business Sense. And we try to bring out what are the impediments to women to succeed in business. If a man and a woman start a business, or a husband and wife, if somebody falls sick, who will close their business? It's the woman. Whether it's the one doing well or not, she'll close her business, go and attend to the sick person, and the man is left with the business. So those are some of the things that we train. So when there are misconceptions, we try now to sit together in that training area and ask ourselves, what do we understand? And at the end of it all, one thing I have seen in the areas that and in the trainings that we have carried out, we've left all of us with the same understanding. Because gender is not about the sex. It's not about the man or the woman. It's about the roles that are assigned to us. And gender roles changes with time, with education, with place, and they change. It's not something that cast on stone. On the impact evaluation of achievements, this is a very good one. And actually, this is an area we are struggling with as an organization. We have been trying to get to the UN Women because I know they have what it takes for us to go out and do those impact assessment. We have not done it, but through observation, we have seen a lot of gain from women trainings. Because I remember when we started this organization, I have a case in point, I don't want to mention names. We started in Nyanza and Western region. And when we were training on leadership and governance, there were women who could not even speak. But by the time we were doing what we call Wofak Rural Women Day, those were the women who are bringing out issues that are affecting women. We've not measured, but through observation. Because also you agree with me, there is also, you can collect data through observation. So through observation, we can say our achievement, but we need scientific data. And that one we've not done. And I would ask anybody in the room to partner with us so that you can also come up with the impact. The missing link. Thank you for that question. 75% of the agricultural labor force is women. Then how come this is not translated into wealth and empowerment? There are several impediments that I mentioned. I'll still add one that Kennedy has mentioned, the culture barriers. In the rural areas, it's not like where we are sitting today, where we sit, we are okay, we can share, we can talk. In many of our rural areas, although you work, whatever proceeds comes from the farm does not belong to you. You cannot make a decision on how to use that money. So that is an impediment. And that's where I was saying capacity building is very critical. So that the men in the house, the men in their family, they'll understand this money is to build us all. It doesn't mean that if the woman is using the money, she'll only use it for herself. It's for the family. So that is an area, capacity building, cultural, breaking the culture barriers that don't allow women even to venture out and do trade. Even the macadamia, the avocados that are growing in our counties, when it comes to the actual marketing, women, you only package and the men take them to the market. What they get, you don't know. So those are some of the areas. So the culture barriers, capacity building, where we must involve both men and women to show how the importance of having all of them being economically empowered, because it translates to the well-being of the family and the nation at large. So I hope I have covered.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Davina. To our able speakers and panelists, our keynote speaker, thank you so much for enlightening us on what you are doing to ensure there is women economic empowerment in relation to the climate change. And to our listeners, thank you so much. To the organizers, I'm sorry that we have gone past the time we had, but it's because of technology and the good information. And I also encourage this conversation to continue even beyond this session so that we can gain more insights. Thank you. And now I hand over to the organizers or the moderator.
Okay. All right, give him.
This is orchestrated by the experience I have, Daktari. There's a lot of wastage in the planning of planting trees in this country. You plant them off season or when the season is ending. So my question to you is, how do you offer an advisory to the government and also to the county government so that we avoid the wastage of planting trees when it's already late? And secondly, we have Gen Zs now on board, and then season are 5,000 or so. It's just we hear planting, and especially in arid and semi-arid areas, there's a lot of wastage. Thank you.
Thank you for that, those few comments, and they are very valid, and I agree with you. It seems that we advise people to plant trees during the dry season. No, we don't do that. There are 2 planting seasons, and every time, even you go to Carefree and Carefest, we rarely sell the seedlings off season. That is between April to May, and October to November. As an institution or as institutions within the State Department of Forestry, we don't do that. We always advise against that. However, this comes into this official tree planting. A governor goes to a place, a minister goes to a place, and they want to plant trees. We always advise them. And if you check what has been happening, we always tell them, kindly plant what can be watered. And usually we've been monitoring to ensure that they don't plant more than 10 trees. Although seedlings may be taken there, sometimes people may go overboard, not because we have told them, but they want to do it. And we always advise against it. We always allow planting ceremonial trees which the institution can manage. But as you know, you cannot really control people. But everybody knows you can't plant trees in the off-season and they'll die. 2, monitoring. How do we monitor the trees? I said Carefree is in 22 counties. We're able to monitor the people that come through us, that we have the database, especially the people that we get the seeds from us. We follow them up to ensure, to find out what they are doing. Are they doing it correctly? Are they doing it right? So we're able to monitor what is happening. And I said in Jazamiti, what you find right now is the documentation of what has been planted by those who have downloaded the Jazamiti. The same application is able to, we are able now to monitor using Google Earth, because it was launched in 2021. It has just been documenting. So in 2025, we will now be monitoring through Google Earth, because when you register and wherever you are planting, we have the GPS coordinates. We've had people trying to tell us you planted 6 million trees on 10 acres. It's not possible. We zoom down and find out you only have 10 trees. So yes, we zoom down to the position where you say you have planted, and we're able to tell. Of course, 6 million in 10 acres is not possible. You can only plant at most 5,000 trees or 8,000 in 10 acres, because it is 1,100 per hectare. 1,100 trees per 2.5 hectares, 2.5 acres. So we know, and we are monitoring using Google Earth. You know, you can see the chicken in your house, in your compound. We are doing that. Our ICT is able to do that. The arid and semi-arid areas, we employ other technologies. And that's why I said in Jazamiti is the philosophy of species to site matching. There are those trees that do very well in the dry areas. Shinda ya Kenya is everybody wants the grevillea tree. And those are the responses we get. I want grevillea tree, I want eucalyptus. Then we ask you where you go to plant grevillea. Kitui. It will not work. It will not work. They'll just die. But in the same area, if you plant mukau, a species we've worked on breeding for over 35 years, it tells you that the trees for the dry lands do not even require water to establish. They only require 2 weeks of rain. In fact, 3 at most. Beyond that, they die. Like you see, all this rain that was around, it will not translate to a lot of trees in the dry lands because most of them die. They don't require too much rain. God provided physiological adaptations for them to survive in the dry lands. And we have species that we have worked on, and we insist on indigenous species for those areas and for the right species that you want. Kazi mutaani iko, and we've been working with the government to ensure that we recruit what we call the Green Army to power the 15 billion. And I remember at some point, Kenya Forest Service had advertised for those positions. We were looking at employing over 12,000 young men, the Gen Zs. But of course, the recruitment was put on hold because of budgetary constraints. Yes, we are working through, and I think it was part of what Gen Zs were asking this time. They want to be involved in tree growing, and soon, when the public service lifts the moratorium on recruitment, we'll be having the Kazi Mutaani back, and especially for the 15 billion. I hope I've answered you.
Thank you. I think now we should. Thank you so much, the chair, Dr. Omoma, and all the presenters. Now, we are late, 30 minutes, so we need to break to go for a health break. We'll take only 30 minutes, and then we come back. Kindly let us stick to 30 minutes. We come back so that we can, all of us will come here. We see whether we are going to have our session, one session here, or we're going to break. So you are free. There is tea and snacks ahead there. We could go, and each one, there's something for you.
Hydroponics is just like soilless farming. So we are eliminating soil out of it. The main reason is a lot of soil has depleted its fertility, the more acidic the soil becomes. So you can't reuse a specific.
Welcome to Focus on Health, a show on all matters health, wellness, and lifestyle. I am your host, Joy Bolfenda, and picking from where we left off on last week's episode, we are talking about Yvonne Bungo's journey through treatment and the birth of Cancer Vive.
So I decided to look for a different type of community. I decided to look for people who had survived cancer because I wanted to draw hope from them.
Lola is an app that gives you a chance to watch videos, listen to audios, and read articles wherever you are for free. Motivational stories, dramas, campus life, technology, lifestyle, adventure, sports, academics, jobs, entertainment, and more. Download Lola now on Play Store. All you need, you got Lola.
Get ready to embark on a journey into the exciting world of technology as we uncover the latest trends, interview top thought leaders, and dive deep into the world of tech like never before.
Currently, we are facing the challenge in terms of finance. It requires one to move from different counties because we really need a large data set for our model to be more accurate.
In this new and exciting series of the Technovation Show, join me, Yvonne Kimuma, every Monday 8:30 p.m. for a fun and thrilling experience as we explore the cutting-edge developments, meet visionaries driving change.
Somebody who is in the underground mine doesn't know the presence of those gases. So there are a lot of gases involved. There is methane, there is carbon monoxide, and there is also hydrogen sulfide. These gases actually, they are very dangerous and they are very toxic.
And discover the endless possibilities of the tech world.
Licha ya kukabiliwa na ukame, kaunti ya Kitui katika eneo la mashariki mwa Kenya inaongoza kwa mbinu za ubunifu katika juhudi za kuhifadhi mazingira na kilimo endelevu zinazoongozwa na wanawake wa eneo hilo. Jamii hizi hazikabiliani tu, bali pia zinapunguza athari za vipindi virefu vya kiangazi. Utafiti unaonyesha kuwa takriban 50% ya wanawake katika nchi zinazoendelea wanashiriki katika kazi za kilimo. Kwa mujibu wa Umoja wa Mataifa, kama wanawake wangeweza kupata rasilimali sawa, mavuno ya kilimo yanaweza kuongezeka kwa 20% hadi 30% na hivyo kusaidia sana katika kupunguza mabadiliko ya tabia nchi. Furaha na bashasha zilikuwa dhahiri miongoni mwa wanawake wa kaunti ya Kitui walipowakaribisha wasomi wa kituo cha kuwawezesha wanawake kiuchumi cha Chuo Kikuu cha Kenyatta maarufu KUWIHAB na shirika la kuwawezesha wanawake maarufu WELL kwa nyimbo na ngoma za kitamaduni. Shauku hii ilidhihirisha wazi dhamira yao kubwa ya uhifadhi wa mazingira, mbinu endelevu za kilimo na ujasiri wa jamii na uwezeshaji. Profesa David Minja anayesimamia mradi huu wa uongozi na utawala wa wanawake KUWIHAB alisisitiza umuhimu wa utetezi wa mashinani katika kukabiliana na mabadiliko ya tabia nchi na kukuza uongozi wa wanawake.
The gist of this is to just showcase success stories of women in Kitui, grassroots women in Kitui County who have been working with the WELL, and they have been raised because as a project of KU, this KUWIHAB, that is Kenyatta University Women Economic Empowerment Hub, our work is to research and document success stories and document cases of success so that these cases can also be used to help other women in the country and outside the country to improve themselves and economically empower themselves. This is not just about money alone, but it's also about the woman being effective at the community level in terms of having access to assets, in terms of being able to negotiate for her space, in terms of influencing decisions at both community and county level. So this is a case that looks at women in a holistic way and how they have been involved in terms of influencing decisions at the community and also in terms of creating space and them being leaders at the community level.
Profesa Elishiba Kimani, mtafiti mwenza, anaelezea jinsi wanawake wa kaunti ya Kitui wanavyohusika kikamilifu katika upandaji miti na ukuzaji wa miche kwa msaada wa mipango tofauti kutoka KUWIHAB na WELL.
one of the unique thing about the approach and why climate change was one aspect that we were interested in is because the approach of the targeting of the women was at the very grassroots. We got them through women groups, meaning we were able to get the real women at the household level. And therefore, given the importance of climate change, especially at this time, we were very interested to see how, through the trainings they got, both from the well and from the peers, how it helped them to take action of the climate change. Because Kitui is a dry place, and climate change affects everybody equally, but definitely the impact is different depending on how the weather and the climate is. And therefore, these women are living in dry areas, and we were interested on how they could actually be able to participate to do three things. Number one, take action on the climate change. Number two, mitigate against the climate change. And number three, adapt to the climate change.
Vivian Mutiso, mwanaharakati wa jinsia ambaye ni mmoja wa walionufaika na mipango hii, sio tu anahifadhi mazingira, bali pia anawawezesha wanawake wengine kufanya vivyo hivyo katika kukuza mbinu endelevu za mazingira na uwezeshaji wa kiuchumi.
Kutoka mwaka 2018 nimeweza kuwezesha wanawake zaidi ya 200. Wa vijana youth niko na more than 100 ama 120 wale ambao naweza sema juu. Apart from I do women empowerment and youth, mambo ya kumaliza vita vya kijinsia na dhuluma ya kijinsia. Through Women Empowerment Link, they've trained me. I've become a champion of Women Empowerment Link to train women at least financially and economically to be empowered, and also kujisaidia kuweza kujikimu, kujitoa katika dhuluma za kijinsia na ni njia gani. Na hii ni mojawapo ya mradi ambao natumia kuweza kusaidia wamama kujiwezesha kimaisha, kujiwezesha kipesa na pia kuinua jamii.
Profesa Kimani alifafanua zaidi jinsi mipango kama vile uwekaji wa akiba imewawezesha wanawake kiuchumi na kuwawezesha kuwekeza katika jamii zao na elimu ya watoto wao.
The skills that they have received through this program, they have been able to join to have a lot of businesses. Some of them are in business already. And then they are doing simple table banking, where they come together, they bring the resources together, they are able to increase the resources through their own contributions, and therefore they are able to increase their businesses. And because of that, you can see there is social empowerment, there is economic empowerment, and therefore they can be able to fund their own activities without relying on husband, because for women to do, the husband has also to come in play. But the dependence bit is what causes gender-based violence. So they are able to really generate their own income and expand their seed money. And when we started, most of the women were actually saying their housewives. We are doing subsistence farming. But now most of them tell us we own businesses.
Julian Ngoiri, mwanaharakati wa jinsia, maendeleo na utawala na vile mwakilishi kutoka WELL, alisisitiza umuhimu wa ushirikishwaji wa serikali katika kuunga mkono mipango ya kuwawezesha wanawake kiuchumi.
Apart from linking them to investing partners, we also link them to institutions that will help them in capital, giving them capital to start up businesses, to even maybe they have an investment they want to do, so they are able to get startups from the various linkages that we've had. So far, we've had women actually access women empowerment funds in Kitui County. We've had one group being able to access 500,000 shillings, which has been a plus. And we've also had gender champions accessing getting contracts for 3 million shillings, contracts that have really been of benefit for themselves and also at the household level.
Joyce Mumo, mnufaika mwingine wa programu hii, anaeleza jinsi wanawake wa mashinani wamejihusisha na kuweka akiba kupitia mpango unaojulikana kama Saving Internal Lending Community maarufu SILC.
As from 2012. Na hatukukuwa tukijua mambo ya hii SILC. Wakati tulikuja tukajua mambo ya SILC ni Saving Internal Community, tukajua kwa wamama wale wa kijijini kabisa wenye wanapata ile kakidu kandoko wanaweza save, na wakisave wachukue loan wa mtu afanye kitu kikubwa kuliko hiyo saving kidogo. So wakati tulikuwa tunatoa saving as from 2010, tulikuwa na more challenges because tulikuwa tunatoa pesa, tunapeana loan. Tunapea mtu loan, atuangalie savings zake kama sinatosha loan yana tunampea. Tunampea pesa mingi kuliko the savings. Saa ingine tunapea treasurer wetu, tulikuwa tunampea stress. Tulikuwa tunampea pesa zimembaki tunampea. Sasa tukimpea pesa zimembaki, hawa mama wanamfuata tu kwa njia. Wewe nipe 1000, wewe nipe 500. Unajua kikundi hajui kama treasurer amepeana pesa zetu na amepeana pesa bila interest. So akipeana pesa bila interest, wakati tunataka kugawana zile pesa zetu, tunakuwa na challenge. Sababu si tunataka atuletee pesa zetu, amengawia wamama wote. Na wamama wamezima simu, wote ni hawapatikani, ni wateja. Na kikundi nataka pesa. So treasurer tulikuwa tunampea stress nyingi sana. Juu tunataka pesa na hana pesa, amengawia wamama, amefanya mambo yake na ile pesa ya kikundi. So wakati tunagawana tunakuwa na stress, hatuna pesa, treasurer amekula pesa yote. So tukakuja tukasoma mambo ya hii sanduku. Wakati tulisoma mambo ya sanduku, tukasomesha hawa mama. Wakaona sanduku inaweza saidia pesa yetu hapo, tukiweka hapo treasurer hata usa mbuzi yake wakati tunagawana pesa.
Joyce Mumo na wanawake wengine pia wamejifunza sanaa ya kuweka akiba kupitia mpango wa SILC katika vikundi.
Nilikuja kwa hii kikundi nikasoma mambo mingi, na nikasoma hata najua naweza kujiendeleza nikiwa sina mzee wangu, na nikajua naweza anza mambo mingi kufanya. Na sasa ndio nikavaa kiatu ya gozi na ingine ya hii ya mwanamke, sijui niseme high heel ama nikavaa trouser na nikavaa skirt. Hiyo ndo ilinifanya nikuwe mama, na nikawa naendelea kukuja kwa masomo, napata mambo mingi.
Hata sikuwa tunajua kuongea na watu. Sasa tunaenda sokoni, mimi nanunuanga kuku naenda kuuza, na hata ninalea kuku. Sasa kuongea mimi si kitu inanishinda. Hata ni vile tu kisomo haifai, inaweza tu ingia kwa mambo na siasa, naweza endelea. Sasa hiki kikundi imenisaidia sana. Nilikuwa kwa hiki kikundi, sasa tunakuja hapa kwa hii kwa hii SILC tukafundishwa. Sasa mimi nilikuja mara ya kwanza nikachukua pesa. Kuchukua pesa ninaenda kuanzisha biashara yangu. Sinimwambia nanunuanga kuku nauza. Sasa ni kwa sababu nikuta huko kwa soko nikiuza kuku, akiwezi kosa kuchukua yangu. Juu kuongea, najua kuongea.
Zamani tulikuwa tukiambiwa mwanamke ni wa nyumbani. Nilikuwa nikikaa kwa nyumba. Lakini nikiingia hii kikundi nilianza kuuza kitunguu. Naenda nachukua hapo, nauza huku, ikimbaki nakuja nauza hapa. Nikaendelea hivyo, tukaingia hii kwa hii kikundi. Wakati niliachwa na mzee wangu, nikapilisika hiyo kitunguu, nikakosa pesa kwa sababu nilikuwa na mtoto secondary. Nikatoa pesa ikaisha ya kitunguu. Lakini wakati niliingia hapa, nilichukua pesa na nikaenda. Nikaamua nitafanya nini. Nikaanza kupanda hii miti. Nikaweka nasali ya miembe, ya hii miti, na nikaanza kuuza. Wakati wa mvua nauza sana. Inapepo hapo na kileti. Saa hii niko na miembe 200.
Matokeo ya utafiti na jitihada za ushirikiano kati ya KU Hub na WELL yameleta matokeo chanya miongoni mwa wanawake katika kaunti ya Kitui, ikiwa ni pamoja na kupunguza umaskini, kutokomeza ukatili wa kijinsia, kuunda fursa za ajira, kutambua haki zao, kuboresha uwezo wa kufanya maamuzi, kuchukua nafasi za uongozi, kuwezesha na kukuza elimu ya watoto wao, kuwezesha mbinu za kuweka akiba na kuwekeza. Kwa mujibu wa watafiti kutoka Chuo Kikuu cha Kenyatta, jitihada hizi ni muhimu katika kuunda jamii yenye ustahimilivu na ufahamu wa mazingira, ikinufaisha wanawake na jamii kwa ujumla katika kaunti ya Kitui.
We have learned is that once they join the group, they become better managers at home. And they also know how to negotiate. You know, negotiation skills also at home, because when you negotiate with the men, you are also empowering the men, and you're having a lot of peace and harmony within the family and also the county and the community. And the other thing we have also seen is that all the women in these groups, the women who have gone under the training and who have been a part of this program, are actually role models.
From the study, we have observed that over 90% of women who participated in this program of Women's Empowerment Link have increased their capacity to engage in leadership and to participate in governance processes in the county. They are able to take part in public participation about budgets. They are also able to take part and take leadership roles within their groups. They are also able to be part and parcel of processes of leadership within schools and churches. Like some of them have been able to be appointed as church leaders and others as board members of the local schools that they are in. The women have also empowered themselves economically by doing their businesses and enhancing their businesses. Through the table banking that they undertake, they borrow money from the group and support their businesses, and this money has been able to enhance their livelihoods. It has been able to enhance their capacity to earn and their standards of living.
Kadri jitihada hizi zinavyozidi kupata msukumo, mustakabali unaonekana kuwa mzuri kwa wanawake wanaoleta mabadiliko katika ngazi za mashinani, kuhakikisha kesho yenye mwanga na endelevu kwa wote. Caroline Kimwele, KU.
Are you an aspiring media practitioner, a graduate, or you just want to advance your skills in television production? Then welcome to Kenyatta University, where education meets innovation. KUTV, the premier university television station in Kenya, is now offering short courses in TV studio, field technical operations, and video editing. Through these courses, you will acquire hands-on skills on camera operations, media production, lighting techniques, audiovisual editing, and sound and visual control, and how to operate key equipment in modern TV control room. Enroll today at KUTV and discover your full potential in cutting-edge TV broadcasting. Graduates of these courses will receive professional certificates. For more information, visit our offices at KUTV Studios or call us on 020-870-4252 or 020-870-4255 or SMS us on 0739-110-544. KUTV, a new experience.
Access to knowledge, solution to unanswered questions.
Guidelines to pursuing your rights and repossessing your property, intellectual or material.
This and more only
Lola is an app that gives you a chance to watch videos, listen to audios, and read articles wherever you are for free. Motivational stories, dramas, campus life, technology, lifestyle, adventure, sports, academics, jobs, entertainment, and more. Download Lola now on Play Store. All you need, you got Lola.
Are you healthy, or rather, do you maintain a healthy lifestyle? According to WHO, health is regarded as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease. Welcome to Focus on Health, a show on all matters health, wellness, and lifestyle. On this show, we cover a wide variety of topics, inclusive of, but not limited to, dental, optical, mental, reproductive health, and so much more. Join me, Joy Bofenda, every Thursday at 7:30 p.m. on KUTV for compelling insights and discussions on all matters health. See you then.
Focus on Health, your weekly dose of health and wealth information on KUTV.
They are powerful and influential. They make decisions in politics, education, finance, agriculture, health, sports, and all aspects of human life. But the impact of their decisions falls on you, the common citizen. KUTV Primetime News Thursday. We ask bold questions and pursue answers to the core to bring you closer to the story. We couldn't have it any other way. Join me, Auma Evans, as I raise matters of social concern to raise your voice from the background to the foreground. Every Thursday and Saturday at 9 p.m. only on KUTV.
Hujambo mpenzi mtazamaji, karibu katika kipindi cha mwanamke mwake. Leo tunamwangazia daktari wa ngozi Winnie Maina, ambaye amejitosa katika matibabu ya kipekee ya urembo, ama ukipenda aesthetic medicine. Ungana nami. Hapa ni nyumbani kwake. Kikosi cha KUTV kilifika hapa tayari kufahamu kuhusu mwanamke huyu mwake, safari yake ilipoanzia. Kabla ya kufahamu kutoka kwa Daktari Winnie kuhusu matibabu ya urembo ni nini, Daktari Winnie anasimulia maisha yake yalivyokuwa akiwa msichana mdogo kijijini kwao Murang'a mpaka alipofanikiwa kuwa daktari.
I grew up in Murang'a, a village called Gaturi, and a family of 5 siblings. And life was that. The child is born, you go to school. The primary, it was the 844 from class 1 to class 8. You know, the village setting is quite different from what you're seeing now. So majukumu pia nyumbani ilikuwa mengi. So ilikuwa tuna balance majukumu ya nyumbani, masomo, ndio tuweze kuhitimu na kuzonga mbele. Vile nilimaliza class 8 nikaenda Kireni Girls. I think sahi inaitwa St. Angela's Kireni Girls. Hapo miaka 4 mpaka 4th form. That was in 2005. Hapo nikapata alama ya B or B, plain. Hapo sasa ndio mwanzo ile ambayo tunaweza sema ya career nilichukua mwelekeo. Sababu nakumbuka babangu na mimi tulikuwa tunazungumza sana, ningetaka kuwa daktari. Lakini ile B haingeweza kunipata ni hitimu niende chuo kikuu. na ile regular na parallel, sababu hangekuwa na uwezo wa kulipa karo kwa ile wakati. So tukazungumza, mimi nilikuwa nataka sana kurudi nipate ile grade ya A ndio niweze kwenda shule, lakini tukakitu akaniambia hata ukirudi uhitimu ile A.
Session for questions later after the three presenters have presented. Okay, so without further ado, I'll just mention the ones so that you can prepare. Dr. Pacifica, you're here, thank you. So she'll be presenting, she'll be the first presenter, presenting socio-cultural and gender norm affecting young women involvement in horticulture, poultry, and oil crops value chain in 8 counties in Western Kenya. Thereafter, just to confirm, Caroline Wandiri, are you there? Second presenter. Sorry, Pius Nganga. Yes. Pius Nganga. Thank you. Just prepare, you'll be the second presenter in 10 minutes. Then we have Dr. Bula. I saw her around. Thank you. You'll be the third presenter. And then finally, we're going to have Ndwati Gitahi. Thank you, welcome. So without further ado, I think I'll give the first presenter time to present. Yeah, I think maybe you can come to the front. So as she prepares, the other 4, please come and join so that in the interest of time, if I've mentioned your name, please. So the floor is yours, Daktari.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. The person who was to make the presentation says the room is too big for her. Now you see what you have done by collapsing, all these into one. But you have my presentation and you can go to it, please. My name's Dr. Pacifica Okemwa, and this is a joint piece of work between I and Joanne Rakwomi, who is my master's student. So we want to look at the social and cultural and gendered norms affecting young women's involvement in horticultural, poultry, and oil crops value chains in selected counties. These are counties in Western Kenya. Now, just as a preamble, I want to remind us that if we listened to ourselves in the morning, we said, there's a lot of cultural aspects that we are not able to change. I remember the speaker from Nakuru who said, women cannot even do this because they are not allowed to, or something like that. So the key question we want to look at is, what is the impact of these social and cultural norms? And these all emanate from our culture. Now, by way of, just by way of defining these gendered, social, and cultural norms, I want to say that these are really the unwritten rules that we find that operate in our societies. And these unwritten rules apparently influence the behavior, the choices that we make, the perceptions that we have of ourselves, and our roles as a society. Now, I can't see my presentation again. Okay, good. Thank you. So by way of background, we'll have just an outline there with the background, aim, methodology, findings, conclusions, and then a question and answer session with the time allowing. So this whole study was based on a research that was done in 8 counties in Western Kenya. Initially, there were 9 counties, including Nyamira, Kisumu, Siaya, Bungoma, Busia, Kakamega, Vihiga. But, Nyamira was knocked off because some of the participants did not take, they did not take part in the study. And so it was not valid. Now, agriculture has already been mentioned as the backbone of our economy. In fact, we were given statistics in the morning, so I don't even have to go through those statistics again. But the question I want us to keep in mind is, when we talk about women in agriculture, we need to ask ourselves, who are these women? Are they the young? Are they the older ones? Or what exactly are the social demographic characteristics of these particular individuals? So this particular paper is based on a project that sought to ensure that young men and women were involved in agriculture, specifically in 3 value chains, including the growing of African leafy vegetables, and then poultry keeping, and oil crops, including nuts and sunflower and all that. Now, it's important to note that when we compare young men and young women, of course, both of them face very gender-specific challenges, but young women's challenges are more. And therefore, we asked ourselves, what are these challenges and how would they be addressed? Now, it's also important to notice that despite all the challenges, young women contribute really to the achievement of the sustainable development goals. However, they face limitations, and the key limitation we want to look at today has really very little to do with all the other limitations. We just want to focus on this whole idea of cultural and social norms in societies. And while several studies will explain for us the gender inequalities in agriculture, they don't give the response to the question, how can we change these social and gendered norms? Or even, what is it that these do to the individuals? And this is what we sought to address. Now, in terms of the literature review, we reviewed a lot of literature, and we realized the key issues that we needed to go to the field and find out. And this included levels of access to knowledge, information and technology, land ownership, access to financial services, access to markets, engagement in policy dialogue, and cultural dynamics. So the question is, when we look at issues of gender equality, how well do we take care of these particular 5 aspects which look very important in our literature, the literature that exists? So the aim of the study was really to look at the socio-cultural and gender norms that are limiting women's equitable access and control over the resources, financial services, technology, markets, and which really hamper their full involvement in agriculture. So specifically, this presentation will cover what are these social and gendered norms, and then what are these strategies that are available to transform them. By way of methodology, a mixed methods approach was used where we collected both quantitative and qualitative data. But I just want to focus more on the qualitative data. It is from the story that we really get to pick out some of these norms. Sampling was quite purposive. We needed to literally involve those that had been enlisted for the project. So in terms of social demographics, they are like we see here. In Bungoma, we conducted 5 FGDs. And out of these FGDs, we note that 2 involved, the representation really. There were 2 females with disability, 9 males with disability. So for the first time, we were asked literally to ensure that persons with disability are involved. Although some counties could not raise these, at least Bungoma, we had an FGD with persons with disability. Now the other demographics are as they appear. Really, this is a question of who did we interview, and whose voice is in this research. Now, in terms of the first objective, which was really to identify the norms, we had collected these norms based on the FGDs that we conducted. Now, one of the norms that we've pursued is preference of the male child. Now, for some reason, the boy child is still rocking, rocking. That is the most important child still. And it was so common in almost all the counties that we went to. And when we talk about preference of the male child, that is the boy child, we noted that that child is brought up right from the word go, actually knowing that they are a heir. They have something that they are going to inherit, which is not necessarily the case for the girl child. So the girl child doesn't grow up with the imagination that they are going to be king, or they're going to be, with a kingdom and stuff like that. Now, the second one that we looked at is only men inherit land. Now, we were very aware that the Constitution of Kenya allows that both girls and boys inherit land from their parents. But guess what? In all the counties that we went to, we found that the belief that men should inherit land was very prevalent. And in fact, we were asked, if this girl is to inherit land where she was born, what about where she's getting married? So people are wondering how this inheritance should take place. And in fact, when it comes to what they do with that information, they ignore the law and say, according to our culture, men should inherit and not women. And then, of course, we also looked at men are the decision makers and providers. Again, this was very prevalent throughout. So the recognition of the position of men is very prevalent. The question you should ask yourself is, when we are doing gender work and then we don't recognize the fact that men are the decision makers and the key providers according to our societies, how shall we ever change anything without ever involving them? So young women ought to get married. This was another standard. At a certain age, women are expected to get married. And in fact, you hit age 20 something in the villages, it's much lower. Your aunties are already asking you, how come you have not gotten someone? You should literally be getting someone. I don't want my photo there, please. Yeah. So women cannot pluck vegetables during monthly periods. That was another interesting one. So if you are growing these African leafy vegetables, there's a belief that during the menses, you should not go to the farm, otherwise all this crop is going to die. Yet the project was to encourage these young women to grow these leafy vegetables, because then they would have this income, Now, husbands who allow their wives to lead their agribusiness are weak, So again, this was quite prevalent in Bungoma, Homa Bay, Migori, and Siaya. Kakamega, slightly better. Vihiga, slightly better. At least women could, it was, the percentages were quite low. So the question is, in a situation where women depend on agriculture for their livelihoods, if they cannot go out and sell, if they don't have, that they have to seek permission to go and sell, what is going to happen really? They'll depend on third parties or sell their crop at very low prices. And poultry rearing and African leafy vegetable farming is a job of women. Again, this was quite prevalent. It's interesting that in some counties, they didn't take that seriously. They said, as long as it's producing money, we as men, young men, are going to do it. Household chores are meant for women. Everybody.
So, Doc, with humility, 1 minute, please.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. So I won't go to all these. Now, make sure I go on. Yeah. I won't go to all those norms. But the key important thing I want to emphasize is that there needs to be a strategy. And what is the strategy to change social and gender norms? Now, education is important, but when we look at education, even some educated women are still impacted negatively by these norms. And therefore, we said we need a socio-ecological model, a model where the whole society is involved in terms of changing social and gender norms. So if we are doing education, we are not educating only the women about the impact of these norms, but we are also teaching the gatekeepers, the leaders, and all that, including the community leaders and influencing the way they look at things. Now, we ask ourselves, what has led to those changes? It is the successes that, communities that have embraced leadership and businesses done by women have gotten. Now, so access to markets and also financial institutions would have to be supported by policies that that help. But in this case, we want to also emphasize that even when there are policies, they need to be implemented. So the word is, to change society, it is important to be able to involve everybody, from the individual to the relationships they share, to the organizations, an organization like the We Hub that is working towards what works. It's important to realize that such an organization might also have power in terms of what it does. Community relationships, policy at national and, even the customary regulations and laws. All this is very important. So the conclusion we make is, change in social norms is not about one person. You might have to start with the individual agency, but build through the socio-ecological model. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charlie. Let's clap for her. Okay, you can do better than that. One more time. Okay, Pius, as you're taking stage. Okay, so you'll introduce speakers. Kindly take 3 minutes to introduce the gist of your study so that you can concentrate on the conclusions, the findings and the conclusion. Okay, so as Pius prepares, what you need to think about in that interesting presentation is how do we change, how do we overhaul societal norms and cultures. Pius, you have 10 minutes, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Daktari. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pius Nganga. I work with Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. Mainly, I deal with poverty and inequality analysis. So, in other words, my orientation is basically on development in economics, and I'm also a data analyst. So, I'm going to make a presentation. Maybe the presenter can put it on slide. Can project. So basically, I'm going to make a presentation on determinants of women empowerment in Kenya using a logistics regression approach, and this is a continuation of the study that we did as KNBS in 2020, where we used the 2014 Kenya Demographic Health and Survey data to come up with a report, and we were calling it the Women Empowerment Index. The report, I think, is available in our website. The data that I have used is also publicly available in our KNBS website and also in DHS program. So basically, we are trying to look at the relationship or the determinants of some of the factors which can be used to measure women economic empowerment. So, and the outline of this presentation is I'm going to make it very short. So we'll have the introduction. You can move to the next slide. The objectives, some bit of theoretical orientation, methodology, findings, conclusions, and recommendations. Oh, no, let them project. Someone is projecting here. So, basically, as part of the introduction, is that the sustainable goal, number 5, focuses on gender equality and empowerment of all women and girls. We are in slide 3. Okay, I will be reading from your screen and not mine. Ignore mine. So please project. Yeah. So the focus is on SDG Goal 5, on empowering all women and girls, and ensuring that we have gender equality. So, and basically, a simple definition of the empowerment, what do you mean by definition? I've picked from 2 others there. One is from the World Bank perspective, and the other one is from the well-known Naila Kabir. So the first one, we are saying, we can look at empowerment as an expansion of assets and capabilities of poor people to participate in, negotiate with, influence, control, and hold accountable institutions that affect their lives. So that is the definition by the World Bank. And then we have the other definition by Naila Kabir, where she's talking of a woman being able to make some strategic life choices, which would refer to decisions that influence her life trajectory and subsequently ability to exercise autonomy and make choices. Next. So basically the objective of this is to use basic individual and household characteristics to estimate the probability of a woman being empowered, and specifically we are using the logistic regression model. So this is, I've said it's a continuation of what we had done earlier. So I'm not going to focus so much on the first part, but on the second part where we're using the logistic regressions. Some of the indicators of variables that have been used to develop the measure of women empowerment, some of them may be hard to measure. So in this study, we are just using the basic individual and household characteristics to see if we can be able to say a woman is empowered or not. Can proceed to the next. Then the theoretical orientation on this study, basically we are using a conceptual framework that takes women empowerment both as a process and as an outcome. So, and we have seen that the exercise of agency from the definition of Naila Kabia, and in this case we will consider some of the characteristics that like education attainment, age, marital status, access to media, wealth quintile, and where how the woman lives. Does it have any implication in terms of their empowerment status? So the next one is just a conceptual diagram of how this study has been conceptualized. So if you look at the first part, those are the variables that were used in our first study, and then the second one we are trying to see, can we be able to arrive at the same results using the simple or easy to observe characteristics? So the methodology that we are using in this study, I've said we are using the 2014 THS dataset, and then in our first stage we used the exploratory factor analysis and confirmatory factor analysis to come up with an empowerment score. So, and in this score, I've set a threshold of if a woman is empowered, we'll consider a woman as empowered if her score, total weighted score, is more than half. Okay? And can we move? In the next one, just showing how we are going to, next. I'm just showing how we are going to use the odds ratio, that is in terms of the interpretations. Ignore the formulas. You will find that the interpretation in terms of logistics, regression output is quite simple and easy to understand. But basically we'll be interpreting the results in terms of the odds ratio. So between two women, who is empowered and the other who is not empowered, which factor has more weight? And then we go now to the key findings. Basically, we start with the descriptives in terms of the variables that were used to come up with the empowerment using the factor and confirmatory and exploratory factor analysis. We've just picked a few of them, and in this case, we are presenting the proportion of women who are empowered by indicator and marital status. So we are comparing for both women who are married and those who are not married. Maybe the key thing there you need to note that is in the first category, wives goes out without seeking permission. The details are in the report. So in the first one, this we are calling them attitudes towards wife beating. So like you'd ask a woman, is a man justified to beat a woman if she cooks or burns food, if she goes out without seeking permission, if she neglects children, if she argues with the husband? So we would consider a woman empowered if she answers in the negative, that a man or a woman is not justified to be beaten if she, for example, neglects children or argue with the husband. Then maybe I can explain on the last two. At secondary education, would consider a woman empowered if she has at least attained secondary education. So maybe before you move to this one, you can go to the previous one where I was explaining. You have like 2 minutes. Please try and wrap up. Okay. Sorry, I have to be the devil's advocate. Thank you. So you can say that the last two are based on economic, and you can see women, the orange bars, women in never union. There we have higher proportion of women who are empowered. Then the next one, I think I can skip. I go to logistics regressions because this is where the story is. You find that, for example, I don't know whether, okay, you can see that the odds of being empowered, a woman being empowered, is 66% lower for women never married or not in union compared to women currently in union, if all other variables are held constant. So in other words, we find that even the p-value is significant, which means the marital status of a woman is a key determinant of whether she empowered or not. Then among those people who have ever attended school, you find that the probability of a woman who has ever attended school is 175 times higher. You have moved very fast. Go to the previous slide. The other one, the first one. And okay, the next one, key findings. The first on key findings, logistics regression. I want you to see the 175, sorry. So it's 175 times higher than a woman who has never attended school. Again, you find that education is very important. But among the women who have attended school, you'll find that the level of education, those who have attained primary, secondary, colleges, and university, you find that the more they are learned, the more they are likely to be. Someone is projecting, So I'm talking to the person who is Yes, there. So you can see that the odds ratio increases with increase in education, but in this issue of highest education level attended, we took university as the base. When you're doing the regression, you take a base. So we took the university education. And then the key thing to take home is that women who listen to radio at least once a week are 2.5 times more likely to be empowered compared to women who do not listen to radio at all. In other words, these domains on access to media, whether they listen to the radio, they read newspaper, or they watch televisions, is also a key determinant in terms of access to information. Then we look at another key thing that came out is on the religion. You can see that...
so I'll give you one more minute.
Thank you. So I'm summarizing. So you find that religion is also very important, especially what we find from these results is that Muslim women are 60% less likely to be empowered compared to Roman Catholic women, while women with no religion are 38% less likely to be empowered compared to Roman Catholic women, all other variables held constant. So our reference category when we were doing the analysis was those women who are the Roman Catholic. It was the first category. So you can say that religion also plays a factor, and we all agree that this could be easily related to cultural and social norms. Then the last one may be to focus on the wealth quintile. You see, everything else put together, the wealth status of a woman is also a key determinant. And we find that those women in the richest quintile are 2 times more likely to be empowered compared to women in poorest wealth quintile. I think with that, I can end at that. Thank you.
Sorry, I have to play the devil's advocate here. So I know we have very interesting findings, and the papers are very exciting, especially on this topic. So as you prepare, welcome. You have the slides? Okay, so very interesting there. I saw a variable called daughter-in-law. I wanted to see which was the benchmark, what was the reference category there, but I think I'll read the paper. Thank you very much, Nganga. Okay, Daktari, you have 10 minutes. The floor is yours. Welcome. So please, audience, note the questions down so that I'll give you a few minutes to ask the questions.
Good afternoon. I'm seeking help from technology people. Okay.
Doc, maybe at this point you can introduce yourself. As
okay. I want to introduce myself when I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Bulahana. I'm from Kenyatta University and also a researcher with KU WeHub. But this research was not part of the KU WeHub project. It was my own research. Actually, it's a research that I did a long time ago in 2012 and also confirmed it in 2023. So I wanted to know if the situation still remains. Okay. It's not moving. Okay. Great. So let me go back. Okay, so yeah, this study is about socio-cultural characteristics and performance of women entrepreneurs in small-scale enterprises in Nairobi City County, Kenya. Yeah, I'll give you a brief of the abstract. I'll be very brief. I'm usually a very fast speaker, so don't worry about time. So micro and small enterprises are recognized as enablers for economic growth in Kenya. Despite relevant government legislation and intervention to bring up to speed the micro and small enterprises, the efforts still do not realize better performance of women businesses. My objective was to establish socio-cultural characteristics of women entrepreneurs and evaluate the magnitude and direction of the influence of these characteristics on performance of businesses. I was able to benefit from the theory of Thomas Cochrane, which talks about cultural value theory. And this theory tries to bring on board the attitude, behavior, and cultural practices that influence performance of businesses. So I did sample using stratified sampling because the study was on 5 sectors, that is the food processing sector, retail businesses, education, and direct and personal services like the salon businesses, the barber shops that are led and run by women. The findings revealed that there was a negative but very significant relationship between sociocultural characteristics and performance of women-led businesses. And my recommendations were that sociocultural norms should be changed so as to offer support framework to enhance women economic empowerment. And additionally, men need to be brought on board because one key thing that I realized is that when you empower women, it even brings more problem to them in terms of women performing their businesses. One case scenario was whereby a man was able to support the woman to start a business. And when the woman was now performing very well and the income was coming up very well, the man had to pretend and borrow the money in the pretext of going to return back. And that led the business to collapse. So it would be important if men are also tagged along so that they are encouraged to support women in various platforms. Yeah, globally, women and businesses are on the rise. Most government and non-governmental organizations are frequently championing for women empowerment. Women exit from businesses each and every day, and NBS states that before the end of the 3rd birthday of businesses operated by women, they do collapse. The empirical evidence for World Bank indicates that a number of factors influence financial stability of entities such as the choice of investment. And when we look at women-run businesses, these factors could be family responsibilities, inability to access collateral because they don't own land. So those are many factors that influence the way women operate businesses. And apart from that, the sociocultural norms like being able to close your business when you have a sick child or a sick husband, that also mean that women businesses cannot operate continually. The traditional gender roles overburden the girl child, that goes without saying, and that impacts socioeconomic development. There exist various disparities, especially where women are concerned. There are greater gender disparities in literacy, education attainment, school enrollment, primary level to secondary level have different disparities, men scoring higher than the women. The low levels of education attainment also helps in excavating the retrogressive cultures that women go through. The research questions that I wanted to address was, what was the link between family responsibilities and the performance of women businesses? What is the relationship between an educated, untrained, and unexposed woman in terms of accessing finances and even performing ultimately in the business? And what relationship exists between cultural beliefs and performance of women-led businesses? People are still putting too much emphasis on gender and not enough emphasis on the women entrepreneurship per se. And due to cultural issues, women entrepreneurship do not enjoy the required support that they are supposed to get. And the issues I've talked about of education, support, networks, etc. MSCs are of particular importance for women with a high prevalence of women participation. By casual observation, you can see all over that women actually engage in small enterprises, the mama mbogas, etc. An estimated 31% of all households in urban Kenya are headed by women. That is according to the Kenya Demographic Health Survey of 2022. And female-headed households in urban areas have actually increased from 27% in the last 8 years to 31%. Globally, 42% of women are outside paid work. They engage in care work in comparison to only 6% of men. Women economic activities are most often undertaken in their homes, thereby escaping recognition and notice. Nationally, when we look at women who spend a lot of time in unpaid work, we find more women spend their work in domestic work. Men are only 3.2%. So those are gender issues. So I'll skip the next one. When it comes to collateral, again, which is a very important aspect in terms of accessing credit, I think the previous speaker already talked about this. Women don't own land. Most women don't own land. Very few percentage own land. About 13% of the women that we interviewed owned land. And although the Constitution of Kenya 2010 gave the women the rights to own land, it goes without saying that that cultural belief is still a problem. Your brothers, if you are a woman, will really find it very hard to spare a portion of their land, even for the educated women, to allow you as a girl child to own that land. So that is a major problem in terms of accessing collateral. And Kenya Women Finance Trust that actually loans women businesses, they find it very hard alongside other financial institutions because of lack of collateral. So only 24% of women entrepreneurs belong to associations, and we realize that the socio-cultural norms also impact the type of networking that the women are able to make. So they make very low-key social support networks, and therefore that does not support success of their businesses. Most of them will go to merry-go-rounds and table banking, and in most cases, this is also snatched by their male or their husbands, and at the end of the day, the intended purpose of the merry-go-round did not come to fruition. Okay, I already talked about the theory of change, the theory of the culture that was able to support this, and I won't want to repeat that. So my hypothesis, I already stated it in the beginning in terms of the research questions. The methodology was mixed. Yes, I'm almost done. So the scope of the study targeted 384 respondents from the small-scale enterprises owned and managed by women. The reliability of my instrument was tested by the Crobach Alpha. Yeah, so when we look at the analysis in terms of culture, we can be able to see that different dimensions in terms of cultural support, and the support is not very interesting. So I want to go to my findings, which I've already alluded to. 20% of the respondents in the food and agricultural industry indicated that they are supported by their culture. The cultural differences were very diverse because of the different ethnic groups that we looked at. In the different industries, 33% of those in education actually scored very highly, and this is because probably they're highly educated. And the 15% of respondents in retail businesses agreed that their culture support. 18.4% say that culture support when you look at the overall figure. So that means that about 85% still feel that culture is not good. So the Kenyan culture has not yet embraced the practice of allocating the girl child land, although the constitution allows that. There is existence of stereotypes that women are preconceived not to get money because of the fact that they cannot have the collateral. So that bursts their borrowing capacity. And some say that women lack industry experience, and the type of business selection can also make it difficult for them to get loans. So sociocultural characteristics and performance move in different directions. One key thing that I want to say that is it has a direct negative sign, which means that sociocultural characteristics have a negative impact on the performance of women-led enterprises. Allow me to conclude and give my recommendations. So, sociocultural characteristics of women owners in Nairobi City County influence performance negatively. Cultural constraint is a key factor because of lack of title deeds and other gender norms. So, in general, my recommendation is that the society as a whole need to recognize the rights of women and create a level playing ground with their male counterparts. There should be a speedy implementation of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 that supports property ownership and inheritance for the girl child. There should be a change of attitude to encourage the girl child property ownership. Policies should be enacted that encourages a serious campaign all over the country to sensitize the citizens of the benefits of entrepreneurship culture. Thank you.
Okay, let's clap for Daktari again. Thank you very much, Daktari. You're next. As she approaches, we have wonderful presentations here. Thank you for observing time so far. Please keep the questions, write the questions down. You can pass by, someone will pass by if you want to bring them here. If you want to ask a question, please be ready. So we have Nduta.
Yes, Nduta.
So I think, yes. Okay, very good.
All right.
Proceed, you have 10 minutes.
I'm Nduta Gitahi, a student here at Kenyatta University, studying gender and development. My research was driven by the current issue of exporting labor that the president has been really pushing. So I thought, like, what is it that he's seeing that we are not seeing? What is it that is there that we need to, like, research and find out more about this labor? Okay. Okay, as you get my PowerPoint on, okay, that is the topic was addressing gender-based violence against women and girls in the Floriculture labor market. If you're keen on agriculture, you've seen that majority of workers, laborers in the agriculture are women. And the data shows that 1 in 4 workers are women. That's a very big percentage. And in this digital age, we find that technology has actually proliferated jurisdiction. Now you can work from here and your employees in the US or in China. Therefore, labor is now global. agriculture has not been left behind on this. Sorry, yeah, we are here now. So that is one in 3 women work in agriculture.
Proceed.
All right. In agriculture labor market, the statistics are actually much higher in Africa, where we have much dependent on much higher than much higher than elsewhere, where because Africa we depend much on agriculture as our economic backbone. Women empowerment through floriculture. Let's look at how this industry, this sector, is empowering women. If you look at data, actually, at the currently, the income we are getting from this sector is actually 1.09 billion. And in the next few years, like by 2029, we are looking at a projection of 1.4 billion. Therefore, it provides a very significant, it's actually a big venture where we can cultivate women empowerment. On violence against women, we feel that when violence against women is in the labor market, it increases vulnerabilities of households. This is because a woman doesn't have to go to work and wonder, do I continue working in this environment or do I give up? And that will make sure she's not able to afford healthcare for her children, food, and other basics like education and clothing. When we look at the patterns of labor, we find that change has really infiltrated this sector. With globalization, now you find the businesses are getting more complex. For an investor in Kenya, they are not coming directly. They either go through a consultant who set up for them the legal structure, hire employees, and then you find that those employees are not even directly employed by now these investing multinationals. The investors, the laborers are gotten through suppliers of labor. Now we have companies that are supplying laborers. So that we feel that extended chain of structure of business is now, like, what do you call it? It's actually affecting how now GBV is affecting women, because it's not no longer superficial, like, oh, this is, you hit me physically or sexually harassed. It's more hidden. On the gender dynamics, we also found that women, actually the most organizations focus on gender parity. They just want to have more women on board, but not necessarily to empower those women. So in agriculture, especially in the flower industry, you find that majority of women are employed at the lower level, the casuals, the contract works. So it's much like we have women in there. We have employed women, so that is actually supposed to empower them. Let's focus on this industry. I had touched on the income that is expected, and that's why we feel this is an area that women economic empowerment is key and can grow because of the opportunities on job creation, income, and the income that the country gets from the industry can also be used to it can be translated to better living conditions for women. On the multinationals, you will see that multinationals are now diversifying to low-income countries. They are investing more in low-income countries because of the restrictive laws that are in high-income countries, like on the climate laws, the high labor cost. So that is pushing them to low-income countries where the regulations are a bit relaxed. On the challenges that women are facing in this sector, we found that even entrance, at the entrance, getting a job here, it's mostly through referrals. Sometimes you have even those labor suppliers, mostly because of they rely on referrals. Like maybe they had a good employee who can refer the other employees to them, or people they know. That's how it's working. And then women lack documentation. They are low on skills, and then the distance. Many of the women in the floriculture are not from the area. Like the focus on the Naivasha, most of them are from other parts of Kenya. Agriculture, I'm sure we have seen a lot on news about agriculture, especially on tea, on how gender-based violence is very, very, very common. But when we came to floriculture, it's a bit hidden, because you find in these multinationals, they have set the right policies in place and all that. But now you see the laborers they are not their direct employees. So the policies they have, the laws they have, they are not directly impacting these other employees, because they report to different people. They come from different company. Then the floriculture issue has the issue on job security, because women are employed as casuals when jobs are available, on demand, because sometimes they are seasonal. There's a time, there's peak time, so they employ more women, but during low peak they are left to go. Then we found the issues on the living condition, because of migrating, moving from other areas to this location where the high concentration of flower farms are. So there's housing problems. Schools are there's school issue, because the schools are few and the population is high. There's the issue of services, especially health. Our research focused on the theory of change. That's why I started on saying how globalization has affected how business is being done. We can also see how trade policies are changing, and that's affecting how violence against women is also evolving. Oh, this was the sample size. Then these are the companies that are the multinationals that are in the region. We have the Netherlands that have the majority, then Germans, then Israel. Then labor description and gender. You can see from the graphs that when you go to executive, majorities are men, managers are men, specialists are men. The high percentage is on the male gender. Skilled, casuals. Now when you come to casuals, the lower part of the pyramid, that's where you find majority are women. All right. This is, we looked at the drivers of violence against women. And you can see now here we are not looking at the sexual harassment or physical attack and all that, because now these things they are underlying other issues. Like now on power dynamics, that's where you now find sexual harassment. Somebody is being forced to work for long hours, or they don't have safe transportation because they are working for long hours. And then because of the low payment, they are not able to even afford the basic work. They're not able to afford their basic needs. Or when we projected the sexual harassment, you can see how much it affects women, especially on economic vulnerability of households, and how women are taken advantage, because sometimes they have to bribe. With the low wage, you have to bribe somebody to even give you that job, or to give you maybe less duties. So these are the results. We found the majority of the people are immigrants. They come from different parts of Kenya. Then there's pressure on the resources, the housing. Now there are slums around. Sanitation is an issue. Education, food security, health, transport, and childcare. Because of the low pay, the women are not able to pay for child support at home, so they have to take it to those collective centers for care that are not in very good conditions. Then we looked at the flexible workforce. I've shown you the data that at the bottom, casuals and on-demand jobs are what most of the women are getting. Then we have forms of violence. Now they have masked in form of oppression, like the low pay, working hours, long working hours, or bribery. On the discussion.
So I'm giving you 1 minute.
All right. Women face serious challenges in access to productive resources, that is income and employment. And globalization has created opportunity for advancing women economic independence, agency, and status. Labor market present a linkage to financial crisis, and this is where now violence against women is coming in, because once the labor market is global, there are these macroeconomic policies and trade liberalization that are now coming in to even reach the bottom, the workers at the bottom of the pyramid. For example, the trade liberalization has created trade zones that are exempt from the government regulations. And this is now women are not protected from those risk of violence. Also, free trade areas, we understand how free trade works, so you find that it's affecting the pricing of products, which now spiral down to how much do you pay your employees if you have to be competitive. Then high employment of women intersect with feminization of poverty. This is where we are finding that that's why women are being regarded to be paid lowly, given low-paying jobs, because of the mentality we have that poverty is feminized. So these are the trends. A trend in MNCs can adapt, so they can embrace technology. We felt that technology can really help. In terms of nowadays, you can just get login to probably their website or an employment portal, put in your CV and get employed directly. So we don't have these middlemen who are creating complicated chain that now increases vulnerability of women to violence. Then we have direct employment that is employable. On limitations, we found that there is lack of accurate data. It's hard to tell whether the number of employees they are telling you they normally hire during like peak season is actually that. Then we have lack of standardized statistics to measure violence against women. In insurance, you normally have this intercontinental scale whereby you can tell like how much you can pay for your hand, for your ear, for your eye. So we felt that if we had such a scale that can tell us the levels of violence against women and probably a compensation or what, that would really help. Then we have non-standard form of work. That is when it's on especially on demand basis. So it means the rest of the time those women are jobless, and the low pay is not able to help them advance their skill, and then they are not able to, the training is not done because the mother company now, as much as they have the ability and the resources, they're not able to train on somebody else's employees. So thank you. Sorry.
Welcome. Thank you. Please let's clap for our students. I think that's a wonderful presentation, and characteristic of Gen Z, they have to air their views. So we had to give her more time. Okay, so our last presenter for today, please be patient with us. We had initially 3, but we had to accommodate 2 more. So this is Faith. Please introduce yourself, and the floor is yours, 10 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Does the pressure increase or decrease? Thank you. I'm a Gen Z. All right. So my topic, my name is Faith Suma. Professor Nelson Owiro was the one to present, but due to other unavoidable circumstances, he couldn't be here. So that's why I'm doing the presentation. The topic is women entrepreneurs, land ownership and performance of manufacturing enterprises. Yeah, I had already sent it. Do you have it? All right, as they get ready to present, I can, just be touching on the background. And in Kenya, the establishment of micro, small and medium enterprises has been on an upward trend. And it has created over 15 million jobs as we speak. And the sector contributes approximately 30% of total value addition. 32% and 60% represent licensed and unlicensed women-owned micro, small, and medium enterprises in Kenya. And women enterprises only account for 20% of the total GDP of this nation. The government initiatives to increase women participation in the sector include the establishment of, the Affirmative Action Fund, whereby we have like the Women Enterprise Fund, the Youth Enterprise Development Fund. Is everything okay? The technical people, are we okay? Do you have my slides? You are listening, thank you. We also have the Uwezo Fund, the access to, government procurement opportunities. And there's also the establishment of, institutions like the Micro and Small Enterprise Authority. We also have, among the 9 points agenda on women in the better, is which is women economic empowerment. And one of the ways in which this can actually be achieved is through the establishment and growth of micro, small, and medium enterprises. The objectives of the study, we had two. One was to investigate the effect of women entrepreneurs, ownership of land and other productive resources on the performance of their manufacturing enterprises, and secondly, to find out the effect of decision making regarding the use of land on the performance of women's manufacturing enterprises. Moving on swiftly, on literature review, of course, we reviewed a number of papers, and one thing that was coming out so clearly is the fact that even though a percentage of women could be having, land, they have a title deed for a land. The issue comes in when it comes to now making decisions regarding the use of land, and it is also something that came up in our findings, and we are going to get to that shortly. The most recent paper by Tsuma and others of last year, 2023, found out that 30% of women respondents owned land title deeds, but out of this, only 26% of them could make independent decisions regarding the use of land. There's also another paper that found out that women were inadequately represented and undervalued in the manufacturing sector due to legal and policy frameworks being gender neutral. There we go. I'm already at methodology. Sorry. So as part of our methodology, the study population was spread across Nairobi, Coast and Nyanza regions, which were selected purposively. And the justification for that was the choice of these regions were informed by the large number of women manufacturing enterprises in these regions. And secondly, there was also the need for geographical distribution. 55 women entrepreneurs were sampled using simple random sampling technique. And the list of these women were actually sourced from the KNBS, the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, then also the Ministry of Cooperatives and Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, and also the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Primary data was collected using a structured questionnaire, and it was actually complemented with published data from policy documents. The study adopted a combination of both quantitative and qualitative research designs. Descriptive statistics and regression analysis were carried out. Sorry. On to present discussion of findings. As part of descriptive statistics, we find out that more than 60% of the participants, or rather the respondents, were aged between 31 to 50 years, as you can see on your screen, which is the productive age where majority engage in economic activities to support their livelihoods. Level of education, 87% of the women who own these enterprises had education levels exceeding secondary education, which means there was high literacy rate among them. And this actually contributes to enhanced manufacturing productivity by equipping individuals with valuable skills. And, sorry. When it comes to the distribution of these businesses across well, I don't understand what's happening. Okay. Let me use my laptop. Can I get the previous slide before this? The distribution of businesses across manufacturing sectors. Thank you. Women's participation in manufacturing is predominantly concentrated in the food and beverage sector, and as you can see, that accounts to like 23%. In the agro-processing sector, it's 19.5%, and then textile and apparel sector, it's 16.1%. The chemical and allied sector is an exception with like 9.2% representation, while all the other sectors each account for less than 5% of the enterprises. This table represents a summary of the regression results. Yeah, and as you all can see, the coefficients of all the variables were statistically significant for this case, implying that all of the variables actually had an effect on performance of women-owned manufacturing enterprises. And due to time constraints, I'll only touch on my two objectives. And one was, from the findings, we can see that the more independent a woman is, in decision making, the better the performance of her enterprise. And that can be, you can see it from, is it the variable number 3, control of business earnings. And then the performance of enterprises whose owner had land and had her enterprise, situated on that specific that specific piece of land, they had higher profits than their counterparts. And this was majorly due to reduced costs, because now they couldn't incur things like rent and such kind of things. Another thing is that they could easily access collateral using the land. So that answers to the 2 objectives. On conclusion and recommendations, the study concludes that ownership of land and the independence of decision making when it comes to land usage largely contribute to the performance of women-owned manufacturing enterprises. And the 2 recommendations, one is to reappealing of gender insensitive laws, regulations, cultural practices, and traditions that prohibit women entrepreneurs from owning and using land and other properties. The last one is incentivizing women entrepreneurs to own land. Thank you. Thank you.
Let's clap for her again. She has made it in 10 minutes despite the technical challenges. Okay, so we had those 5 presentations. It is now 1:00. Please, audience, bear with us so that we can take a Q&A session. In the interest of time, please, let's be brief. We will give each speaker at least one question so that we can go to lunch and then give time for the other session. So if you have a question, I'll be coming to you. But I have one more. Yes, someone will be attending to you. So you can, yes, there's a question there. Okay, I have been given a question to Dr. There's a question here. Okay, so I'll give her a chance. Let me first read to, this is to the first presenter. But I think it cuts across all the presenters. Maybe you can think about it. So generally, the question is, education seems to come out as a major driver towards empowerment of women. But the question is, if we educate our women without maybe, I'll just read the question the way it is, that they can become untouchables and seem to dominate their counterparts. The question is, it's a very important policy question. The question is, how do we educate women and continue and change their attitude to continue to cooperate and become partners with their men rather than adversarial attitude? And the question cuts across because it's a policy question. In the interest of time, let's ask one question. The question is very important. In America, by the way, the divorce rate is very high. In Kenya, because educated women, 60% of educated women who are married end up in divorce. Maybe these are the issues we need to discuss. We are supposed to be partners rather than adversaries. The next question, please. So I'll take questions.
Interesting first question right there. But my question goes to Pius from KNBS. It's actually not a question per se. It's a comment. His findings are from the data set for 2014. I would have appreciated to see the same for the 2022 data set because that is the most current that we have. Or even do a comparative study. In 2014, these were the outcomes. And in 2022, these are the outcomes from the data set. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My question is also to Pius, because as I understood from your study, you are looking at this kind of basket of variables to indicate that women are empowered. But my question is, did you find out from the community themselves or some women themselves or some subsection of women what empowerment means to them? Because I think that would be a very interesting comparative study to compare if you look at indicators that come from literature or, policy versus the indicators that come from the women themselves. Thank you.
Yeah, mine is, I was just wondering for the topic on floriculture by Nduati. It's an interesting topic, but again now the way she presented is like there are things we anticipated she will look for in the floriculture industry to inform us, and I was just going to advise that perhaps the way she was indicating, she looks at the top positions within the floriculture industry, because what she presented is like some things she had seen elsewhere, rather than now contextualizing it in our own floriculture industry and finding out what is the composition of the top management. Then what is the composition of the lower management? I mean, the lower level staff. And then what informs the recruitment of more women than men, because there is a reason for that, and it has something to do with the meticulous way the ladies handle the flowers, which the men may not even when they are pruning them and so on. I've been in those places and I see the hands of ladies is something else than the hands of men. I would prefer a lady to handle my flowers than a man. Is that what is informing them? Is that a reason to pay them lower? I have no idea.
I can rephrase that. I hope you get that. The question is, if we give men and women the same opportunities, will they end up with the same outcome? Are you sure? Are there abilities that cut across women that is not based on opportunity rather than outcome? Prof has mentioned the issue of women are more delicate. Maybe they are well suited for other by way of their own nature. They are careful. Is that the word? Yes, maybe. I'm just asking. Anyway, I want to give one more question. Anyone who has a question for Dr. Bula and Faith? Okay. Let me start. Okay.
Yeah, for Dr. Bula, maybe you didn't unpack the socio-cultural variable, so they didn't come out well. Maybe you can assist us to understand very better.
Thank you very much for this question. The writer did notes, and I appreciate that. Why women become untouchable? Now, the question I would want to ask the person who wrote this is, did they want to touch them? How did they want to touch them? By beating them? By, abusing them? Or what? Now, the point about education is that it raises a level of awareness, and sometimes if it's accompanied by some job somewhere, then this woman has her money. But the men have chosen to live in that patriarchal mentality, and the patriarchal dividend, of course, is very enticing. I mean, who doesn't want to sit and be served and be treated like a king? No one wants that to change very quickly. But the point we were making in the presentation is that if we are ever going to change social and cultural norms, then everybody, strategies to change these norms must involve everybody across the board. So this man, is he ready to accommodate, this woman as an equal? Now, sometimes I look at, there was a presentation done by, I think, one of the presenters yesterday, and they were like, women are expected to do 1,000 things, and really they go to work, do 8 hours, they go home, do another 8 hours. Surely, when they have done the 16 hours, what does that man expect in the long run? He expects the residue of the woman. But suppose he became an equal partner in the process, respecting her, you know, being supportive of her, you know, in terms of even doing the housework, in terms of taking care of the family, and not necessarily, you know, sticking to his gender role, because you might think, I am a provider. Excuse me, time has come when the man's salary is not even enough. Yet, the woman is supposed to put in her part of the salary and her part of the labor, which becomes very unfair. So, you know, so we need to work towards equality through the change of attitudes and perceptions of who we are as men and women and what our role could be, and stick to the fact that we need to be, you know, an equal society for, you know, for changes and happiness and everything. This could be a semester's topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the answer. But you can see those kind of questions, they solicit some heated argument. Pius, please react. I'll give you like 3 minutes, please.
Thank you.
I know you have a few questions from the audience.
Okay, so I think I have 2 questions. The first one is on why, at least we have used the 2022 data set. I think there was a reason as to why, in this case, we used the 2014 data sets. Yes, we agree that it's somehow outdated in quotes. The reason as to why we did not use the 2022 DHS dataset is because currently we are doing a project in collaboration with UN Women and UNICEF on the Women Empowerment Index using the 2022 dataset. So that was a limitation. One, I couldn't, it's like doing this study, I would be preempting what we are doing in collaboration with other partners. And the same also applies to, in 2022, we also had a database, a good data sets on women economic empowerment that we did in collaboration with KU. Again, I couldn't use that data set because it's still work in progress. So I think I've answered that, but I appreciate the concern. So, and this basically means once we release the 2 separate reports, then I can be able even to explore further. The next one is on, the next question is on, did we consider what empowerment means to different women? Okay, to answer this, I'll make reference to 2 things. One, like when we were using the 2014 Kenya Demographic and Health Survey data sets, one, we were guided by literature. What is empowerment? I think even in my presentation, I started by defining what is empowerment. And then, of course, through good literature review, we are able to highlight which indicators were related to women empowerment. And then the most important thing that we did is to involve stakeholders when we were setting the thresholds. What does empowerment mean in this case when you are looking at the indicators? So in 2014, we involved different stakeholders and we agreed on some threshold. What do we mean that a woman is empowered in education? What is the cutoff? So I think I've tried to answer the 2 questions.
Thank you. I hope you've heard. So, Daktari.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Orodo, for asking me to unpack the socio-cultural variable. It's comprised of family responsibilities, or what we can call the gender responsibilities, the stereotypes on education, particularly if you compare the cultural norm about taking a girl to school and taking a boy to school. Most people would prefer taking a boy to school than a boy than a girl. So that explained the level of education, as it were, in this particular study. The other issue was about land ownership, and particularly the title deeds that were being used as collateral, and the fact that those who didn't have land would not have collateral, and the fact that many of the women rented their business premises. And ultimately, there was the bit on access to finances and the support framework. Thank you.
Thank you. So the other question was the comment. Would you want to react to Prof's comment?
Okay, I think I didn't clarify how the criteria was, because the focus was on multinationals. We weren't looking at the local flower farms. Okay, the focus was on multinationals that have subsidiary business in Kenya, in Naivasha. So the focus was not looking at the local companies. So that's why we feel that the management, because they are foreigners, are mainly men, and that could be due because of the mobility. Like maybe men are easy to move to another country and run the business. And then the other issue we're looking at, not the traditional way of running a business, like you open a business and then you directly hire. So we wanted this aspect of outsourcing, outsourcing of labor, where like an external organization or institution is supplying labor to the institution. So you find that the top management of this supplier, the labor supplier, aren't working in the flower farm, only the laborers, now the lower skilled individuals, yes.
Okay, so we're coming towards the end. Someone maybe with a burning question? Just one? Okay, so I'll give the last question.
Thank you very much. There was something about culture and land ownership, and I have not heard the presenter trying to answer what can you do, what can be done to change. I come from a sporting background, and we have a problem with the Muslim population in terms of refusing their girls to go and participate in sport. We have been using education as a tool to conquer that cultural practice. In your case, I don't know whether you want to use force or jailing the bad men and even political rallies, or what tool do you want to change the attitudes of men who are really problematic. I heard Mandela saying, education and linguistics is a tool to change. And so what do you recommend as a tool to change these bad, culturally deep-rooted cultural practices? Thank you.
Wonderful. If maybe someone wants to very fast react on that. How do we change the retrogressive men's attitude that kind of put down women? That's like the biggest question. Okay, so I think maybe in the interest of time, to give each other time to go to lunch, we want to come to the end. I'll hand over to the moderator. Thank you very much for the time and keeping time.
Let's appreciate the chair of the session. That's a very good work done there. Now, before we go to lunch, I want us to do one thing. The PIs who are here, or the co-PIs, we want to move to that session of the posters there, because the hub has spent a lot of money on the posters. So as we go like this, we want to ask the PIs, or the ones who are leading, or the representatives of those posters that are there. Each will stand, we'll go from poster to poster. You tell us what the poster is all about. Just educate us about the poster, so that when we leave from there, we will be heading for lunch. And then when we head, because we will have just 15 or 10 minutes to be taken round, we will not be sticking at one poster for a lot of information, because it is live. You can actually see and read for yourself, but the explanation will be there. Then from there, we go for lunch, and we try to be here at least by 2:30. That is one. Number two, all the people who are doing the presentations in the afternoon, kindly, if you could see me, because we want to send your presentations to the IT people so that we move seamlessly when we come back. Okay? Is that in order? All right. Okay. So we can now rise up, and I think the chair of the session will be able to lead us because it's still his session. We go to the poster section, and please, the PIs or co-PIs or the representative of that theme which is on the poster, take us through.
Okay. So also the PIs, the people with the burning questions that did not get the opportunity, you can ask the PIs as we familiarize ourselves with the research.
Are you an aspiring media practitioner, a graduate, or you just want to advance your skills in television production? Then welcome to Kenyatta University, where education meets innovation. KUTV, the premier university television station in Kenya, is now offering short courses in TV studio, field technical operations, and video editing. Through these courses, you will acquire hands-on skills on camera operations, media production, lighting techniques, audiovisual editing, and sound and visual control, and how to operate key equipment in modern TV control room. Enroll today at KUTV and discover your full potential in cutting-edge TV broadcasting. Graduates of these courses will receive professional certificates. For more information, visit our offices at KUTV Studios or call us on 020-870-4252 or 020-870-4255 or SMS us on 0739-110-544. KUTV, a new experience.
Access to knowledge. Solution to unanswered questions.
Guidelines to pursuing your rights and repossessing your property, intellectual or material.
This and more only on Law Matters.
The Kenyatta University Women Economic Empowerment Hub has launched programs that cater to all female students at the institution.
My name is Vivian Kamau, a first-year student at Kenyatta University School of Engineering and Technology in the field of energy engineering.
Through the mentorship program, the KUE Hub has aided female students in the School of Engineering to interact with peers and professionals in the field. This helps them to gain more insights about their career paths.
KU We Have mentorship program has helped me as a female engineer in the field to get to learn more about how to cope up with being a female in a male-dominated area.
Nonetheless, female engineers also face numerous challenges.
We feel we are less included in most of the activities, considering the fact that we are a few number. That means in most activities that take place in the fields, they tend to only cater for the male gender, forgetting that we also have females in that field. So one of the ways to solve that is making sure everyone is included. We have to understand that we have females and males in that, and especially right now where we're fighting for gender equality, that means it should apply in all cases. That means we should also have activities that include the female engineers and other females in those male-dominated courses.
Vivian confesses that both male and female students are offered the same facilities at Kenyatta University. This gives female students a fair opportunity. It is the task of those female students to speak up and have a voice in the male-dominated courses.
I am Professor Aleksandra Łukaszewicz, a professor in cultural studies from Academy of Art, Poland, Polish Society for Aesthetics, and this is Cutting Edge Research at Kenyatta University Television. Keep watching Cutting Edge Research.
Maelfu na maelfu ya wahamiaji wakiwa na watoto kutoka nchi za Amerika ya Kati wanaendelea kuwasili kwenye mpaka kati ya Marekani na Mexico.
But folks, I'm going. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ni habari kutoka pembe zote duniani.
Pepo pasi vuguvugu. Pepo pa ni idea.
Tazidi ananyonya, hanyonyi vizuri, anakuwa hayuko comfortable.
Jeshi la Jamhuri ya Kidemokrasia ya Kongo linapambana na waasi wa ADF.
Kwa sasa wanatoa wito kwa mashirika, makampuni na vile vituo vya uchukuzi.
Mambo mengi yatakwenda kama yalivyopangwa.
Hapa ni kuna mmoja wa viongozi wa chama cha wavuvi katika eneo hili.
Zaidi tunajaribu kuwapa chanjo ili ina boost ama inanyanyua kinga ya mwili, ndio inaenda kupelekea kupambana na virusi.
Ni dunia ni leo, Jumatatu mpaka Ijumaa, moja kwa moja kutoka VOA Swahili, Washington DC.
Tunachimba hadi mizizi kukuletea yanayojiri.
So mimi naomba tu serikali yetu ya Mungu, jibarikiwe na Mungu, iweze kuteremsha bei ya mafuta.
Yanayokukumba tuna maizi, tunakutetea sisiri. Ukweli ni speciali tukikupambia makala ya mwanamke mwake. Utasema hupendi mizizi ya habari. Nami Caroline.
SPARS is a school of pure and applied sciences. Basically, it is one of the 7 teaching schools in Kenyatta University. Currently, Kenyatta University has 9 schools. We teach both basic and applied sciences and the related courses to all students in this university who are interested in learning sciences. We also offer science courses for degree programs in other schools which require sciences. For example, if you go to the School of Education for teachers, Bachelor of Education, Science, the science aspect is taught in SPARS. All those graduates who are going to teach science there, the science they have learned is done in our school here. If you go to the School of Engineering, mathematics, is part of engineering. The mathematics is offered in SPARS. If you go to the School of Health Sciences, the chemistry they use, because pharmacists have to do a lot of chemistry, and they have to do a lot of math also, and a lot of biochemistry. That basic science is offered in the School of Pure and Applied Sciences. So we teach our students in the school, and we teach courses for students in other schools who require science courses. Currently, we are in 7 departments. That's the way we are organized. We have got department of biochemistry, microbiology, and biotechnology. The other department is chemistry. Then we have department of mathematics and actuarial science. We have department of physics. We have department of plant sciences, and we have department of zoological sciences. Then we have department of our youngest baby. We call it CIS. This is Computing and Information Science. This department has been formed as a result of merger of Computer Science Department and Library and Information Science Department. That's the way the department is organized. We have about 150 teaching members of staff, ranging from tutorial fellows, lecturers, and senior lecturers, associate professors, and full professors. 5 come from this school, and associate professors are 15 currently. And that means in terms of the staff workforce in this university, we are a giant. The facilities we have got very good state-of-the-art facilities that are able to teach the current trends in science, in the area of technology, biotechnology, computer-related sciences, and biological sciences, and even in chemistry. We have got very, very nice equipment, good laboratories, and we are able to tackle many researches that are important in development in this country and even beyond. The school is very rich and very diverse in terms of its programs. If you think of all the departments, every department would have program, and when you think about the program in totality in the school, we have got over 80 programs, ranging from diploma to bachelor's, master's, and PhD. They are very diverse because of the nature of the school. And all these departments combined, they offer 1 degree program called Bachelor of Science, where students learn sciences and then they choose the area they want to specialize. Some may want to specialize in chemistry, others may want to specialize in physics, others may want to go to biological and do zoology, others may want to do plant sciences, others may want to do biochemistry. This is Bachelor of Science. There is a lot of research that has been going on in the school that we can mention that is contributing. We've got a number of projects that are ongoing here, and some of these students have benefited from that project. You have heard of the project on banana, trying to develop banana that is going to be appealing to the consumer, that will be resistant for the common banana diseases and the pest, and that will be fast maturing, and that will be able to contribute in a big way to food security. That research of banana has been going on in this school in the Department of Biochemistry, and the bananas that have been developed have been disseminated to farmers in different parts of the country, like in Murang'a and even other parts of the country, and I believe that is a research that is already contributing to our society development. We've got another research on diseases like, I'm sure you're aware of sorghum. Sorghum is one of the cereals that is consumed world over, especially in Africa. And one of the problems of that crop is a weed called striga. Striga is a parasitic weed that normally feeds on the sorghum, and it makes the sorghum stand and not grow and not produce. Now, the research that has been going on in the school, spearheaded by Professor Stephen Luno, has developed a technology that is currently being used to try and make striga, the sorghum, that will be able to resist the striga.
Striga, it's a plant that causes devastating crop losses, and we thought that sorghum would be a very good bet to try and establish sources of this resistance, and then start to build on how to develop and improve varieties of sorghum so that we can have them be resilient against this parasite.
got other research that is going on, like on cassava. Cassava is also a very important food crop, especially in dry areas. And the problem with cassava is about storage. When you harvest cassava, you may not be able to keep it because it goes bad very fast. And this research that have been going on to try and develop cassava that is going to have a long shelf life, contributing to food security. The research is also very diverse. There are a number of people here who have been working on diseases, trying to understand some diseases. For example, leishmaniasis is one of the diseases that affect people in dry areas. For example, in Baringo, West Pokot, some part of northern Kenya. And the epidemiology of this disease has been very invasive in trying to understand what are the problems with the disease. Why is it found in those localities? Who are affected? What are the contributing factors? We have research here that have been going on trying to understand this disease with the hope of developing strategies that can be used to reduce the disease burden among the communities that are affected. And that research is also going on, and we are happy as a school because we are contributing. We are even trying to show the effect of climate change, how it is trying to make the control of the disease becomes even very difficult. There's a lot of research that is also going on in the Department of Biochemistry on trying to identify plants which has some phytotherapeutic value, which has medicinal value, that have been tested for diabetes, to treat for different conditions. And this is contributing because I believe this knowledge that is being packaged and processed is going to contribute in fight against some of these disease conditions in future. For the 55th graduation ceremony, the current theme is well selected. It's really lines very well with the graduation, education for prosperity and sustainable development. Because this university currently and even for future stands for education. We are trainers, and my school, as I mentioned, currently will be graduating 11 PhDs out of 59 that will be graduating from Kenyatta University. And we are graduating 35 masters. And we are graduating a number of undergraduates who are coming to 239 and 19 diplomas. This is a big contribution to the workforce in this country. These graduates will qualify with diverse degree programs. They have knowledge and skills in different areas that will be very, very crucial in sustainable development of our country. They'll be working in different areas. And when you look, especially when you look at the master's and PhD programs, these are highly specialized personnel who have worked hard over many years for masters, 2 years, PhD over 3 years, and they have qualified now, and they are the expert in their own fields. And we are releasing them into the society to contribute to development, not only in this country, but globally. Many of them have published work based on their research, meaning that they have generated information that is going to benefit our society in terms of getting information, in terms of getting policies, in terms of getting skills in different areas that will be used by not only by these generations, but also by generations to come. Because ours is a research-based training. There's a lot of research they have done that will contribute to the development in this country. Some have developed skills, some have developed innovations, and others have contributed in methodology of maybe for disease diagnosis and methodology for handling different maybe plants, developing different plants that can be used in trying to fight against food insecurity. So I believe the school has contributed, and the theme is good because education is the driver of this sustainable development, because we are releasing a group of people who are highly skilled, well-trained, knowledgeable, with in different areas, who will be able to get into different sectors of our economy and contribute in a sustainable way. There are people who are marketable. Many of them are already working, and the skills they have acquired over time, the mentorship they have received in this university, and the experience they have acquired, I believe is going to help them in contribution in sustainable development of our economy, wherever they are working. And this is very good, and as a university, we are very, very proud to know that we are contributing manpower at this level. The first principal of this college and the vice chancellor, Professor Gachi, was from this school. And he's the founder. These were the first ones who came here. And when I look around, there are many, many people, prominent people. For example, if you look around, like now, the current acting vice chancellor is from the Department of Botany, was training there, because he's the VC here. If you look at the current chairman of the Teacher Service Commission, Dr. Jamlek Muturi, was a PhD student the other day in the Department of Zoological Sciences. If you look at the Vice Chancellor of Masai Mara University, Professor Penina Olo Obudho, is a product of Zoological Sciences. If you look at, without even going very far, the current principal of Mama Ngina University College, who was also a DVC in southeastern Kenya University, Zipola Nganga. She's a product of the school. She is also from Zoological Sciences. And when I look around, I see many people. And the current CEO of NRF, National Research Fund, which is the biggest body that government channels money through for research in the whole country, Professor Andala. Professor Andala is from chemistry here. He's an alumni here from SPAS. And when I look around, I see the current director of Institute of Primate Research in Karen, Dr. Peter Mwithera, is a product of botany zoology, was learning here the other day. They have a branch in Kisumu, Kisian. The current director is called Dr. Mok, is a product of this school also. So we've got very many people. Look at even our DVCs, like the DVC Leo, Professor Caroline Thorwell is a product of chemistry here. She was training here the other day. So I know the school has contributed. And if you look at the teachers that are being released, that are teaching in our schools nationally, I believe we have the largest proportion of teachers currently in this country teaching sciences who have gone through this department. When you mention Kenyatta University SPAS, they will tell you, yes, I know chemistry, I know zoology, I know botany, I know physics, I know mathematics. They are products of this place. So the school has contributed immensely in terms of training personnel who are holding very senior positions and who are also contributing to our economy in this country. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate our graduates, the 55th graduating class. They have made us proud as a school, and we are very, very happy for them. We wish them well in their future career endeavors because we know they have received the right education, they have received good mentorship, and they have good experience from this university, and we know the sky is going to be the limit as they move around looking at what the future holds for them. Congratulations, 55th graduating class. Mine is to appreciate Kenyatta University TV, KUTV, for choosing to come and have a discussion with us. And I would like to tell Kenyans, those who are aspiring for higher education, those who are looking forward to train as scientists, Kenyatta University School of Pure and Applied Sciences is the place to go, because when they get to Kenyatta University School of Pure and Applied Sciences, they will learn sciences of their choice, both basic and applied, and they'll be able to find professors, they'll be able to find people, they'll be able to find facilities that will help them learn and make careers of their choice in sciences, ranging from STEM and other related disciplines that will help them to achieve goals in life. Our address is very clear in the Kenyatta University website, and we are available from Dean's Pass. Any query comes to the Dean's Pass, and you'll be able to reach us. Once you get to Kenyatta University website, look for the School of Pure and Applied Sciences. You'll be able to find us, and we'll be happy to receive you, to help you, and even to guide you in your career endeavors.
Kaunti maarufu kwa kuzalisha maziwa na ukuzaji wa majani chai. Pia, serikali ya kaunti inawahimiza wakulima kukumbatia mitindo mingine ya kilimo kuzidisha mapato.
Kama kuna kikundi moja inafanya biashara ya kuuza kuku, hao pia tumewafadhili kuwafunza jinsi ya kuhandle zile kuku, kwa sababu wanaleta kwa wingi.
Haya yote tunakuletea katika Boresha Kilimo, toleo la kaunti ya Bomet.
Kilimo ni nguzo kubwa kwa ujenzi wa taifa.
A professor in cultural studies from Academy of Art, Poland, Polish Society for Aesthetics, and this is cutting-edge research at Kenyatta University Television. Keep watching Cutting-Edge Research.
Maelfu na maelfu ya wahamiaji wakiwa na watoto kutoka nchi za Amerika ya Kati wanaendelea kuwasili kwenye mpaka kati ya Marekani na Mexico.
But folks, I'm going. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ni habari kutoka pembe zote duniani.
Pepo pasi vuguvugu, pepo pa ni idea.
Sazidi ananyonya, hanyonyi vizuri, anakuwa hayuko comfortable.
Jeshi la Jamhuri ya Kidemokrasia ya Kongo linapambana na waasi wa ADF.
Wito kwa mashirika, makampuni na vile vituo vya uchukuzi.
Mambo mengi yatakwenda kama yalivyopangwa.
Hapa ni kuna mmoja wa viongozi wa chama cha wavuvi katika eneo hili.
Zaidi tunajaribu kuwapa chanjo ili ina boost ama inanyanyua kinga ya mwili, hiyo inaenda kupelekea kupambana na virusi.
Ni duniani leo, Jumatatu mpaka Ijumaa, moja kwa moja kutoka VOA Swahili, Washington DC.
Are you an aspiring media practitioner, a graduate, or you just want to advance your skills in television production? Then welcome to Kenyatta University, where education meets innovation. KUTV, the premier university television station in Kenya, is now offering short courses in TV studio, field technical operations, and video editing. Through these courses, you will acquire hands-on skills on camera operations, media production, lighting techniques, audiovisual editing, and sound and visual control, and how to operate key equipment in modern TV control room. Enroll today at KUTV and discover your full potential in cutting-edge TV broadcasting. Graduates of these courses will receive professional certificates. For more information, visit our offices at KUTV Studios or call us on 020-870-4252 or 020-870-4255 or SMS us on 0739-110-544. KUTV, a new experience.
Okay, I'm Professor Simon Onywere. In the KU we have, I'm responsible as a research associate in charge of fieldwork coordination. The whole number of projects that are in the hub wants to understand which areas women are engaged in and how those various areas are supporting them in terms of improving their well-being in society and improving their livelihoods and standing in society.
There are particular areas where women are really not doing well economically.
We notice in our research that women are engaged in, they want to be engaged in activities, but they are limited in doing so by taking care of responsibility on their children, the younger ones. And if the mother is engaged in taking care of the child and not taking care of the husband now in the process, then of course it propagates an aspect of resistance from the man in terms of seeing as if the woman is not facilitating for him. And the next thing you know is either beating or some form of violence or abuse that will make the woman fear that she must serve the husband.
It also affects the women's labor participation in the labor force.
That's one area I can definitely say that if then the women are empowered to get processes that can support them to take care of the children, then they'll have more time to look for other forms of livelihoods for the family, and that may lessen the impact they have from the husband. But at the same time, the husband also needs to be sensitized on that role the women play, which they don't get paid for, and yet it's a very important responsibility in terms of
Welcome to Focus on Health, a show on all matters health, wellness and lifestyle. I am your host Joy Bofenda, and picking from where we left off on last week's episode, we are talking about Yvonne Bungu's journey through treatment and the birth of Cancer Vive.
So I decided to look for a different type of community. I decided to look for people who had survived cancer because I wanted to draw hope from them.
Repossessing your property, intellectual or material.
This and more only on Law Matters.
Kupanda shuka, akawa tuzo, ukakamavu wake, ukatii na kumfanya mwenye bidii. Kwa machozi na makeke, akabaini jinsi ya kuwini. Huyu ni mwanamke ngangari, kwa jinsi alivyo ng'ari-ng'ari. Mimi ni mwanamke mwake. Usikose kutazama kipindi cha mwanamke mwake, nami Caroline Kimweli.
From the hospital corridors, we bring you experts to discuss issues affecting your health, from diet to mental health. The familiar and the ignored are both put into perspective. We then dive into the environment and look at the effects of climate change and its solutions. Join me, Mutegi K. Martin, every Friday at 9 p.m. as we learn on how to better our health while taking care of our environment. Only on KUTV.
name is Professor Grace Ngare. At the Kenyatta University Women's Economic Empowerment Hub, I'm a research associate in charge of advocacy and policy.
The hub intends to have a policy impact, first of all, by developing these policies, and is working with stakeholders at the various levels so that when they are through with the policy development, they now do advocacy.
For the first time in Kenyatta University, we are doing research with a difference.
We have been able to get some output, and part of that output mostly the pilot research report, as well as the policy briefs which we are working on, so that we can be able to share with stakeholders as well as government.
We have the responsibility as a hub to inform the stakeholders who are responsible for enhancing or improving those areas of concern. And therefore this can best be done if it is communicated and advocated for. And we have a responsibility then to put it or to engage those stakeholders so that we put that content or information into policy. And then, of course, the policy will guide the processes that will enable the women now to carry on with the activities without the hindrance.
Even when you write a journal or you write a book, the readers will never come back to you and tell you this is what we feel. But in advocacy, we have a chance to have a back and forth. Therefore, advocacy is very important in research, and this is why we are engaging governments, both county and national governments, in telling them this is the research that is coming out of Kenyatta University Women's.
Are you an aspiring media practitioner, a graduate, or you just want to advance your skills in television production? Then welcome to Kenyatta University, where education meets innovation. KUTV, the premier university television station in Kenya, is now offering short courses in TV studio, field technical operations, and video editing. Through these courses, you will acquire hands-on skills on camera operations, media production, lighting techniques, audiovisual editing, and sound and visual control, and how to operate key equipment in modern TV control room. Enroll today at KUTV and discover your full potential in cutting-edge TV broadcasting. Graduates of these courses will receive professional certificates. For more information, visit our offices at KUTV Studios or call us on 020-870-4252 or 020-870-4255 or SMS us on 0739-110-544. KUTV, a new experience.
Lola is an app that gives you a chance to watch videos, listen to audios, and read articles wherever you are for free. Motivational stories, dramas, campus life, technology, lifestyle, adventure, sports, academics, jobs, entertainment, and more. Download Lola now on Play Store. All you need, you got Lola.
Are you healthy, or rather, do you maintain a healthy lifestyle? According to WHO, health is regarded as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease. Welcome to Focus on Health, a show on all matters health, wellness, and lifestyle. On this show, we cover a wide variety of topics, inclusive of but not limited to dental, optical, mental, reproductive health, and so much more. Join me, Joy Bofenda, every Thursday at 7:30 p.m. on KUTV for compelling insights and discussions on all matters health. See you then.
Focus on Health, your weekly dose of health and wealth information on KUTV.
Get ready to embark on a journey into the exciting world of technology as we uncover the latest trends, interview top thought leaders, and dive deep into the world of tech like never before.
Currently, we are facing the challenge in terms of finance. It requires one to move from different counties because we really need a large data set for our model to be more accurate.
In this new and exciting series of the Technovation Show, join me, Yvonne Kimuma, every Monday, 8:30 p.m. for a fun and thrilling experience as we explore the cutting-edge developments, meet visionaries driving change.
Somebody who is in the underground mine doesn't know the presence of those gases. So there are a lot of gases involved. There is methane, there is carbon monoxide, and there's also hydrogen sulfide. These gases actually, they are very dangerous and they're very toxic.
And discover the endless possibilities of the tech world.
My name is Professor Judith Wawudo. I am the Kenyatta University Women Economic Empowerment Hub Leader. This project was initiated in 2020, and the idea was to generate data, evidence to inform policy. This project is comprised of 3 thematic areas. 1, women in leadership. The other theme area is skilling and mentoring. And then the last area is violence, crisis, and women's work. Why women economic empowerment? Because we know that women economic empowerment is essential for national development. When women are economically empowered, we are assured food security at a household level, better childcare, better access to health, and education. This conference is relevant to this project on women economic empowerment because it's going to bring together policymakers, civil societies, academicians, and international partners to reflect on what this project is doing at KU, and also to listen to other projects that are being carried out around the world. So this project addresses SGD number 5, to promote gender equality, and also in terms of promotion of education.
Hydroponics is just like soilless farming, so we are eliminating soil out of it. The main reason is a lot of soil has depleted its fertility right now, and the more you add fertilizer, the more acidic the soil becomes. So you can't reuse a specific type of soil for a long time.
A professor in cultural studies from Academy of Art, Poland, Polish Society for Aesthetics, and this is Cutting Edge Research at Kenyatta University Television. Keep watching Cutting Edge Research.
Maelfu na maelfu ya wahamiaji wakiwa na watoto kutoka nchi za Amerika ya Kati wanaendelea kuwasili kwenye mpaka kati ya Marekani na Mexico.
The folks are going. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ni habari kutoka pembe zote duniani.
Pepo pasi vuguvugu. Pepo pa ni idea.
Tazidi ananyonya, hanyonyi vizuri, anakuwa hayuko comfortable.
Jeshi la Jamhuri ya Kidemokrasia ya Kongo linapambana na waasi wa ADF.
Wito kwa mashirika, makampuni na vile vituo vya uchukuzi.
Mambo mengi yatakwenda kama yalivyopangwa.
Hapa ni kuna mmoja wa viongozi wa chama cha wavuvi katika eneo hili.
Zaidi tunajaribu kuwapa chanjo ili ina boost ama inanyanyua kinga ya mwili, hiyo inaenda kupelekea kupambana na virusi.
Ni duniani leo, Jumatatu mpaka Ijumaa, moja kwa moja kutoka VOA Swahili, Washington DC.
Get ready to embark on a journey into the exciting world of technology as we uncover the latest trends, interview top thought leaders, and dive deep into the world of tech like never before.
Currently, we are facing the challenge in terms of finance. It requires one to move from different counties because we really need a large data set for our model to be more accurate.
In this new and exciting series of the Technovation Show, join me, Yvonne Kimuma, every Monday 8:30 p.m. for a fun and thrilling experience as we explore the cutting-edge developments, meet visionaries driving change.
Somebody who is in the underground mine doesn't know the presence of those gases. So there are a lot of gases involved. There is methane, there is carbon monoxide, and there's also hydrogen sulfide. These gases actually, they are very dangerous and they're very toxic.
And discover the endless possibilities of the tech world.
Kwa kawaida, mpenzi mtazamaji, eneo la Ukambani linajulikana kuwa kati ya maeneo kame au nusu kame. Hii leo kipindi cha Mwanamke Mwake kiko katika kaunti ya Kitui kinakuletea baadhi ya simulizi za wanawake wanavyochangia katika mabadiliko ya tabia nchi ama kukabiliana na tatizo la mabadiliko ya tabia nchi. Ungana nami.
Kutokana na kejeli alizokumbana nazo akiwa msichana mdogo kuwa kwao hakupendezi, ari ya kutaka kubadilisha mandhari ya kwao ikaongezeka. Na hapo ndipo akaamua kukuza miti nyumbani kwao. Upendo wake wa kuhifadhi mazingira nao vile ukaongezeka. Kutoka kaunti ya Kitui, kipindi cha Mwanamke Mwake hii leo kinamwangazia Vivian Kanini, ambaye ni mwanaharakati wa mazingira anayewawezesha wanawake wenzake vijijini kukuza miti. Vivian anaeleza chanzo chake cha kutaka kuhifadhi mazingira.
Ni nini ambacho kilikufanya upende mazingira, upende kuhifadhi mazingira? Kwanza, maisha wakati ulikuwa unakuwa yalikuwa vipi mpaka ikakusukuma mama, mpaka hao maisha yakakusukuma uweze kupenda mazingira na kuyahifadhi?
Sababu moja kubwa, ninatoka mahali panaitwa Katelembu. The place is so dry, hakuna mahali unaweza pata mti. So wakati nikiwa msichana tukitoka shule, jua ilikuwa kali sana. Hata sasa hiyo nauna viatu, unatamani angalau uende upate kivuli mahali uweze kusimama, uweze kujificha ile jua kidogo. Lakini hakuna mahali ambapo ungeweza kupata kivuli. Katika usichana wangu nyumbani nikaanza nikipata maua kwa mtu kwa boma naenda na chuna na kuja napanda kwetu. Na nikaanza kupanda miti nyumbani, ikakuwa tu at least nikipanda ninaona boma yetu inaanza kubadilika kuliko zile boma zingine. Ukikaa pale nyumbani wakati wa mchana, wakati ya huko shule, kuna mahali unaweza punga upepo na hewa ikakuwa ukikaa pale kuna hewa safi. Alafu kuna vile nilikuwa napenda tukifanya sciences shule, unasikia unaambiwa ile hewa safi inatoka kwa miti. Sasa nilikuwa najaribu ku-experiment that ni ukweli katika utoto wangu. Sasa nataka kuona ni ukweli kile ambacho mwalimu ananiambia hicho ndicho ama si hicho. Kupitia kupanda ile miti ikaanza kukua, nikaanza kuona nyumbani kuna badilika. Mchana unaweza toka kwenye nyumba unaenda pale nje, unaweza lala pale because unasikia ile hewa iko safi na unapata hewa ni kivuli, chini ya kivuli, but pale iko tofauti na pale kivuli pale kwa nyumba. Yes.
Kwa hivyo hiyo ama ukame ambao ulikuwa uko pale nyumbani ukienda shule, ilikuwa athiri vipi wewe kama msichana wakati huo na kama msichana mdogo wakati huo mpaka ukaja ukaamua wacha nipande miti?
Iliniadhiri juu kuna kazini yangu kwao, ukienda kulikuwa evergreen. Alafu mkifika the moment wamekuja kwenyu wako na ile mokari ya kwenyu akukai kama kwetu, na ukiangalia yenyewe chenye wanasema ndicho. Hiyo ilinisukuma nikataka kufanya kwetu kuwe kama kwao. Juu kule kwa ukienda kulikuwa wamepanda miti, unapata kuna miti tofauti, miche tofauti za miti pale nyumbani kwao. Unapata pale kwao kuko green. mkiingia unasikia kweli mazingira yamebadilika. Na ile wakitucheka nilikuwa nasikia nahisi vibaya sana. Kuona wanatucheka, wanatuambia kwetu hata ukienda kwa kina Vivian hakuna mahali kuna mti mnaweza kaa and all that. Hiyo msukumo na kusikia aibu ilinifanya nikatamani kubadilisha kwetu kuwe kama kwao. Juu kila wakati wakiniambia hivyo nilikuwa naenda nakaa mahali peke yangu nalia na nasema kesho nitaamka nene nitafute mti mahali nikuje nipande. Kina my cousins wakikuja hata watakuja wapate kwetu kunakaa kama kwao and all that. Secondly, area ya kwetu ulikuwa unaona kwa milima kuna miti sana. Unapata unaona mvua imeanza, ulikuwa unaona imeanza pale kwa mlima. I don't know, but sasa unasikia tu anasema hapa kunyeshangi juu hatuna miti. So I used to hear the neighbors wakisema hapa akunyeshangi vizuri juu hakuna miti. But sasa hiyo nikaibeba kwa akili yangu. Miti ndio inafanya hapa kwetu mvua inaenda around inatuacha hapa katikati bila mvua na hatupati mvua. So nikasema kwa nini nisifanye kitu hii area yetu kuanze kunyesha, ama mali nitaenda ningangane juu nasikia hiyo ni utoto na usichana. Ninasikia ukipanda miti inafanya mvua inakuja. Na miti inafanya mnaonekana kwenyu ni kama ni matajiri kidogo. Nyinyi kwenyu kunakaa vizuri. Kwa hivyo miti inafanyanga mahali panakaa vizuri na miti inaleta mvua. Nilipo grow nikiwa na that, nikakuwa niko na ile passion ya kupanda miti, na pia nilikuwa napenda mambo ya ukulima. Nilikuwa na ng'ombe, nalima na ng'ombe na ile plow. So nikishalima nasema nikipanda hizi miti, hii mahindi ambayo nimepanda na ng'ombe lazima kutanyesha na mama tutapata chakula juu uchochole ilikuwa mingi na inabidi mnapata hamna chakula, hamna mahindi, mnaenda kuomba. Nikasema nitapanda. Sasa nikakuwa na ile msukumo nipande tupate mvua tuweze kupata chakula. With that tutapata kuna provision ya chakula. Tunaanza kumitigate mazingira, tunaanza kubadilisha ile tabia nchi. Na nikikaa pale ninajua juu mwalimu aliniambia kutoka kwa miti ninapata fresh miti inanipatia oxygen na mimi naipatia ile carbon. So I started now doing some experiment na hicho mwalimu alikuwa ananiambia, na nikapata imeingia kwenye damu. Nimependa mambo ya mazingira na nikasema nita make sure kila mwanamke ambaye nakutana na yeye, mwanadada, mwanaume, nitangangana kama nitakuwa siku moja nitakuwa na uwezo, nita empower people waweze kuingia katika hii mambo ya mazingira, tuweze kukabiliana na tabia nchi, tuweze kubadilisha mazingira. Na ile shida nilipitia nikiwa msichana, ni make sure si wasichana wengi wanapitia, wanaenda watu wakikuja kwao hakuna miti, na wakienda kwa wenyewe kuna miti. Ule msichana nilipitia nikiwa msichana cha kuambiwa au kwenyu hakuna miti, kwenyu kuko hivi. Huu msichana namwambia kila wakati akiamka anapanda mti, akipata anapanda maua. So hata marafiki zake wakikuja anakuja anapata kwao pia kunakaa vizuri. Ndio maana nilijua kumbe pia miti inaweza fanya boma yenu hata kama hamko tajiri, inabadilisha vile watu wanawaangalia. Asante.
Kwa hivyo hii miti ambayo ulikuwa unapanda ukiwa mdogo, wakati wao ulikuwa msichana mdogo, ulikuwa unatoa wapi hii miti?
Nilikuwa wakati wa mvua kwa wenye wako na miti, ile mbegu ikianguka chini huanga inamea. So nilikuwa naenda na waomba na waambia wanipe ruhusa nichune zile miche ndogo zimechipuka pale kwao, na wanikatazi. So wakinipatia miche naenda mimi naikuza inakuwa kubwa, naipanda pale kwenye boma. Juu sikuwa na pesa ambayo naweza enda kwa nursery ninunue miti. So ilikuwa inabidi niende kwa miti za watu, na okota zile miche zimechipuka wakati wa mvua, na kuja mimi mwenyewe naikuza na nainyunyisia maji hata kama mvua imeenda, mpaka inakuwa mti ya kuweza kupandwa. Ikikuwa ready mimi napanda. Maua nilikuwa naenda kuomba majirani wenye wako nazo kwa boma zao. Yeah. Napanda kwetu.
Mama alisikia aje wakati ulikuwa unafanya hivyo?
Mama alisikia vizuri. Wakati huo hakuwa anaona umuhimu wa chenye nilikuwa nafanya. But saizi ukienda nyumbani kwetu Machakos Katelembu utapata miti mikubwa yenye nimepanda. Saizi anakata kuni, anaweza kata wakati kuna nini anataka kutengeneza makaa, atakata mti moja, na nikamwambia ukipakata mti wa makaa moja, make sure umenipandia miti miwili. So out of pale ameweza, ile miti nilipanda imekuwa kubwa, anaweza toa makaa akauza akapata mapeni ya kwake. Ile miti nimepanda anaweza kata akapata kuni. Imekuwa kubwa, kivuli iko kwa boma inakaa mzuri. Ukienda utapata nilipanda ile K-apple iko round. So ukiwa pale kwenye boma nje uoni boma yetu imezingirwa na ile K-apple, inakaa mzuri tu. Yes. Inarembesha boma. Compound inapata iko mzuri. Yes.
Na wakati huo ukiwa mdogo, wakati unaenda kuwaitisha wale majirani miche na labda maua, walikuwa wanakuchukulia vipi?
Wengine mtu anasema msichana wa Motiso anapenda mambo ya miti. Wengi, kuna mama mmoja nilikuwa namuita Mama Victor. Alikuwa hata akitaka kulimiwa alikuwa anakuja kuniita mimi. Anasema huyu ako na passion ya mambo ya mazingira. Ninaye ndio namtaka. Sasa na mimi juu kwake kulikuwa kuzuri, walikuwa matajiri. So msichana wake alikuwa rafiki yangu. Nikienda naenda namwambia nikatie maua. So there is something, kuna kitu aliambia mamangu. Alimwambia msichana wako siku moja ataenda mbali na hizi mambo zake anafanya. So mama yake kujua amemaanisha nini. So nilikuwa nikienda, wengine nikiomba, mtu ananiambia wewe chukua, hizi sisi hatuhitaji ile mokari. Wewe chukua, wewe ndio unahitaji. Nyinyi sisi hatuhitaji juu tuko nayo. But sikuwa nasikia vibaya, nasema ni asante. Kwao wananimoka, lakini kwangu ni furaha mingi ameniruhusu kuichukua ile miche nikaipande kwetu. Ninapata tu ile ninataka. Anadharau, ile dharau sikuichukulia. Ile dharau kwangu ilikuwa ni kama ni jiwe la kupanda niweze kufikia malengo yale nimesema kama nataka kufanya kwenye boma yetu. Changamoto kubwa kama msichana, mimi ni wale wasichana wa heavy flow. Na nikikaa kwa jua unapata period inatoka mingi. So nikitoka shule, hiyo ni changamoto moja kubwa. By the time nifike nyumbani naweza kuwa I've messed myself up. Juu hakuna mahali ambapo natafuta kivuli mahali nijifiche. Kama sivyo nitaenda kuomba kwa boma ya mtu, nyuma ya nyumba yake nisimame ile jua itulie. So nikasema nikipanda miti na nibadilishe mazingira, msichana mwingine ambaye atapitia changamoto napitia ataweza kuipitia. Maybe atakuwa anatembea, akisikia jua imekuwa mingi anasimama chini ya kivuli, na unapata ile hethi yake ya mwezi haimsumbui.
Na bila shaka mpenzi mtazamaji, umesikia simulizi yake kuhusiana na jinsi alivyoweza kupanda miti, kuhifadhi mazingira. Katika sehemu ijayo ya pili ya kipindi cha Mwanamke Mwake Mwake, Vivian Kanini atakuwa anatusimulia ama anatuelezea kuhusiana na vile ameweza kuwawezesha wanawake wengine na hadi wanaume na jamii kwa ujumla kukabiliana na athari za mabadiliko ya tabia nchi.
Utampenda hata usitake.
Ni kaunti maarufu kwa kuzalisha maziwa na ukuzaji wa majani chai. Pia serikali ya kaunti inawahimiza wakulima kukumbatia mitindo mingine ya kilimo kuzidisha mapato.
Kama kuna kikundi moja inafanya biashara ya kuuza kuku, hao pia tumewafadhili kuwafunza jinsi ya kuhandle zile kuku kwa sababu wanaleta kwa wingi.
Haya yote tunakuletea katika Boresha Kilimo, toleo la kaunti ya Bomet.
Kilimo ni nguzo kubwa kwa
to Focus on Health, a show on all matters health, wellness and lifestyle. I am your host Joy Bolfenda, and picking from where we left off on last week's episode, we are talking about Yvonne Bungu's journey through treatment and the birth of Cancer Vive.
So I decided to look for a different type of community. I decided to look for people who had survived cancer because I wanted to draw hope from them.
Access to knowledge. Solution to unanswered questions.
Guidelines to pursuing your rights. And repossessing your property, intellectual or material.
This and more only on Law Matters.
Hi, my name is Stella Tioi.
Jina langu naitwa Okemwa Mukwa James.
This is Mandela Gaya.
Ugonjwa ulipokuja ulichukua siku 3 ukaniweka in coma. 20 wamezikwa, 2 ndio wako hai.
I don't even know how it feels to see.
I feel like I cannot express myself well the way somebody who can walk can actually express themselves.
Ilichukua muda mwingi mrefu tena mpana ili kuikubali kwamba mimi siwezi tembea tena.
I've come to actually accept myself.
Ukijaribu kumsimamisha mtu umwambie tafadhali nionyeshe njia,
They find it quite strange talking to you.
You should just make schools integrated,
Inclusive setups.
by providing the right facilities.
They are powerful and influential. They make decisions in politics, education, finance, agriculture, health, sports, and all aspects of human life. But the impact of their decisions falls on you, the common citizen. KUTV Primetime News Thursday. We ask bold questions and pursue answers to the core to bring you closer to the story. We couldn't have it any other way. Join me, Auma Evans, as I raise matters of social concern to raise your voice from the background to the foreground. Every Thursday and Saturday at 9 p.m. only on KUTV.
Bila shaka mpenzi mtazamaji, unazidi kutegea kipindi cha Mwanamke Mwake Mwake ukiwa nami na nahodha wako Caroline Kimwele. Tunaendelea na sehemu ya pili ya kipindi hiki tukiwa naye mgeni wetu Vivian Mutiso. Vile mpenzi mtazamaji, usisahau kutufikia katika mitandao yetu ya kijamii KUTV Kenya, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram na YouTube. Nami vile nifikie @Caroline Kimwele katika mitandao yote ya kijamii. Karibu. Licha ya Vivian kuhitimu na kozi tofauti na mazingira, ameamua kuwawezesha wenzake kukuza miti ili kuhifadhi mazingira.
Baada ya shule nilifanya mambo ya hoteli, front office. I used to be a receptionist. Lakini nikiwa pale hoteli yenye nilikuwa walikuwa wanapanda maua. So ulikuwa unapata niko tu pale nikienda kuna zile maua kishapandwa, ikimwagika chini utapata miche zimemwagika pale. Zile miche na ngoa naenda tukupanda pale bado kwenye ile hoteli. Watu wa ground nikingoa wakishapanda nawaambia niangalilie hii yangu at least ikuwe kubwa. Bado ni pale kwenye mahali nimeajiriwa. Na ikakuwa ile msukumo imekuwa mingi. Na nilikuwa nimesema kama kuna siku nitapata uwezo nitaanzisha mambo ya kukuza miche, kwa maana kuna watu unapata familia kama kuna Machakos ukipita pale sokoni unapata wamama wako pale wanauza miche. Alafu juu sasa nilikuwa nataka kujua kwa nini wanauza miche, na hiyo miche mahali wao wakiuza wanakaa the whole day hapo wakiuza, mama kuna pesa anapata ama vipi? Kupitia ile kuongea na wao na kuwasiliana na wao, ananiambia mimi na mimi sioni kwa msana mdogo nikituma sokoni, ilikuwa inabidi ninapitia pale kwa wale wa mama, tunapiga ngumzo na wao, unapata ananiambia mimi naweza msichana wangu siku ile utakuwa mkubwa, anzishe biashara, utaweza kulisha familia yako, utaweza kutoka kuinua familia yako kutoka kama kuna shida, because hata akiangalia mavazi vile umevaa naona yenyewe unatoka kwenye familia ambayo umaskini. So hizo maneno walikuwa wananiambia, hizo mawaidha wakati nilikuwa mkubwa. Kuna siku sasa nilikata kauli, nikasema ndio nimeajiriwa, ndio course nimesoma, but sisikii ile wito iko pale. Wito wangu nasikia iko kwenye miche, mazingira tu ndio nasikia tu. Juu mahali ambapo nikienda nikipata mazingira kwa mzuri, unapata niko na a lot of fulfillment, niko na furaha nyingi, na nikiwa pale napata amani ambayo siwezi elewa inatoka wapi. Mpaka ambapo 2018 mwaka 2018 ndipo nikaamua ninataka kuanza hii biashara ya miche, nataka kuingia kwa mambo ya miche. Nikaenda mahali nikakomboa. Nilipokomboa nikasema nataka kuanza miche. Nikaanza miche mchezo tu. Kwanza nilianza na kupanda mboga, sukuma, spinach na inaitwa nini, na dania. Lakini bado sipati ile amani yenye nasikia niko nayo. Juu nilikuwa naona si bado ni environment, but nilipopanda nikapata sina ile amani. Then I did something, nikafanya kitu. Nikaenda nikaingia nikaomba, nikaambia Mungu, nataka unionyeshe nini nataka kufanya. Nimeingia katika mazingira, but nionyeshe niingie katika sekta gani. So nilikuja nikaanza kupanda miche ya mti ambayo inaitwa Melia vokensia ama mokao. Nilipandanga species moja. Nilipoipanda hiyo ndio ilinawiri vizuri na ndio ikapata wateja nikauza. Ilikuwa tu ile eneo la Ukambani. Ilikuwa tu hapa. So nikakuja nikauza, nikaona imenipatia mapeni. Nikasema hapana. Juu nilikuwa nafanya part time, nikasema no. Nikasema naenda kuresign katika hotel industry, niingie katika mazingira full time. So hivyo ndio nilianza, nikatoka katika mambo ya hoteli, nikaingia katika mambo ya environment. Na nikiwa pale, nilikuwa na msukumo, nilikuwa najiuliza, mamangu angekuwa ako kama wala mama anauza miche, atungelala njaa, atungekuwa ni hiyo chochole, na pia singeenda kwa majirani kuenda kumua tu miche twenye tumemea. Angenipatia miche, nikapanda pale kwetu, nikarembesha boma yetu. Lakini juu pia kuwa na uwezo wa kuanzisha, nikasema nikianzisha nitahakikisha nimeshika wale wa mama maskini na wajane. Juu mama alikuwa mjane, nitawashika mkono ili na wao watoto wao wasipitie ile changamoto nilipitia. Watoto wao wasidharauliwe juu kwa kukai vizuri. Wale watoto mamake ataweza kulipa pesa ya maybe ya shule, ataweza kuwanunulia chakula, shida itakuwepo. Cha pili nikasema juu kitu moja ninajua katika familia, katika ile mipangilio ya familia, kama mko maskini GBV haiwezi kuwa. Hata kama itakuwa juu kuna ule mama anachapo na mzee, lakini atoki juu ana mbele wala nyuma. Lakini akiwa na kabiashara kake, kuna mahali inaweza afika aseme leo hii imefika mwisho, nitatoka niende nianzishe biashara yangu. Lakini kama ana uwezo wote ule na ana ufahamu wa kitu anaweza fanya maishani, ataweza kutoka, atakaa pale mpaka dakika ya mwisho, huenda ule mzee akamuua.
Kwa hivyo kwa vile mama alikuwa mjane na hiyo pia ikakufanya ufikirie kuwa lazima kuna mwanamke mahali, kuna msichana mahali anapitia unyanyasaji. Kwa hivyo ni njia gani ungeweza kumnasua nayo ukaamua wacha umlete kwa biashara ya kupanda miche ndio pia hata anapojinasua kwa unyanyasaji vile vile
anajiendeleza, anajikimu kimaisha na anapata mapato. Angalau ako na mapato yake ya kila siku. Na hata kama watoto wako shule, hata sema sitatoka juu sina pesa ya kutupia wale watoto, ako na mahali anaweza pata mapato, alipia wale watoto, awalishe na ajilishe mwenyewe na ajiendeleze kama mwanamke. Wanaume pia wako katika boma, wanateseka. Unapata ule mama ndio akona kazi, ule mzee ana. But sasa ule mwanaume juu ana mapato, ana sauti kwenye ile boma. Na the moment ana sauti na wakati siamini ile anasema mwanamke amekalia mwanaume, lakini ule mwanamke huenda akakosa kumpatia ile heshima kama mzee wa boma, kwa maana hakuna chochote analeta pale.
Kwa hivyo hapa uko na wanawake na
niko na wanawake na wanaume, vijana na wasichana. Na apart from that, mandugu zangu walikuwa nakunywa pombe sana. Nikawaambia, na wananiitisha pesa, nikawaambia badala mimi kuwapatia mapeni, njooni nionyeshe mahali natoa mapeni. Nikawaingiza katika hii kazi. Hii ni kazi inachosha. Baada ya siku akifanya hii kazi atatoka pale amechoka. Hata kuwa na nafasi ya kuenda kutafuta mahali atapata pombe, juu lazima ataenda freshen up akule, juu ile uchovu alale, amke kesho haje pale tena. Aje pale kwenye kazi. Hii nimeitumia kama rehabilitation center. Kuna sua vijana kutoka katika madawa za kulevya ambapo mkuka saizi imebeba vijana wako katika mkuka. Lakini yule kijana ameenda pale juu ana namna na ana mbele wala nyuma. Akiwa na mahali ambapo anaweza fanya kitu apate shilingi 1 ama shilingi 2 ya kujikimu kama mwanamke ama kama msichana ama kama mwanaume, ataenda kuingia kwa zile mambo ya madawa ya kulevya na ataingia katika groups zenye zitamsaidia.
Hawa ambao unawawezesha wanawake na wanaume na watoa wapi?
Wakati wanga nafunza mashinani. So nikiwafunza ninawaambia chenye nafanya. So mwenye ataonyesha interest nitamchukua. Nimwambie kama ni group, nitaenda mahali wako, niwafunze, niwaonyeshe mnafaa mfanye hii na hii na hii. So wakianza uanga na wafunza, alafu nawapatia soko. Na make sure miche ikiwa ready, naenda nawachukulia na wapatia mteja, wananunuliwa.
Wanawake hawa wamedhibitisha walivyonufaika kutokana na ushauri wa Vivian Kanini Mutiso.
Vivian tumekutana naye kutoka nikiwa shule high school, na nilimaliza high school 2016, and nimekuwa ni mtu tulikutana jamii kwa ujumla.
Changamoto zingine, kumbuka land inheritance ni issue. Usisahau wa mama wameolewa. Wengine mtu anataka kwenda kuanzisha nasari pale kwa boma yake, lakini mzee anakataa. Anasema hiyo itaanzishwa hapa. So lazima utafute, kama utaweza kuongea na ule mzee, vile utaweza kumfikia, umuelezee umuhimu wa bibi yake ama mkewe kuja kuanzisha ile nasari pale katika boma, na itawafaidi aje kijamii.
Na mpenzi mtazamaji, changamoto ni kwako kujiingiza ama kujitosa katika mapambano haya ya kukabiliana na athari za mabadiliko ya tabia nchi, kama vile mgeni wetu Vivian Mutiso alivyokuhimiza. Umekuwa nami Caroline Kimwele hadi siku nyingine, Mola akiridhia. Tutapatana hapa katika kipindi hiki cha Mwanamke Mwake Mwake.
Welcome to Focus on Health, a show on all matters health, wellness and lifestyle. I am your host Joyble Fender, and picking from where we left off on last week's episode, we are talking about Yvonne Bungu's journey through treatment and the birth of Cancervive.
So I decided to look for a different type of community. I decided to look for people who had survived cancer because I wanted to draw hope from them.
Are you an aspiring media practitioner, a graduate, or you just want to advance your skills in television production? Then welcome to Kenyatta University, where education meets innovation. KUTV, the premier university television station in Kenya, is now offering short courses in TV studio, field technical operations, and video editing. Through these courses, you will acquire hands-on skills on camera operations, media production, lighting techniques, audiovisual editing, and sound and...
I'm Akobe, the executive director of Moving the Goalpost. Then the last